Thank you for sparing our lives. We're asking, Lord, that you show mercy on our land in Jesus' name. Thank you for putting us together in this institute. Thank you for granting us mercy and protection on our ways, both in the air and on land as we travel to this place. Thank you for yet another successful landmark milestone for ICMC. Lord, as we gather this morning, may your presence be with us in Jesus' name. We look forward to a very, very magnificent occasion. At the end of this, your name will be glorified and blessings will rain upon us like rain in Jesus' name. Father, we thank you. As people you have elected as peacemakers in our families, in our nations, community, and everywhere, Father, use us as battle axes in your hands to bring peace in our homes, in our communities, and in Nigeria in Jesus' name. Thank you, Lord, for we know that because we believe you are there for us always. Even the ones we have not been able to ask you this morning, you will do everything for us. Thank you, Lord, for listening to us. Thank you for hearing our prayers. And thank you for doing more than we have asked, as we have asked in Jesus' most wonderful name.
Amen. Thank you very much. So please put our hands together again for him. All right, please sit down. Thank you very much. For those who attended the AGM yesterday, you'd have heard when the registrar said that ICMC has been accredited by the Nigerian Bar Association. And so you can earn points for lawyers for continuing legal education. The tags that you have on has two barcodes. One is for the barcode for the CLE, for lawyers, MBA CLE, and the other is for the conference brochure. So if you do not have the brochure yet, or you're online, please feel free. The barcode will be shared to online, and then you can get the brochure. For the lawyers who are here, the barcode to your left is for the MBA CLE. So do well to scan, fill the form, and in points. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very important part for us to acknowledge our dignitaries that are here with us this morning. And I'll be doing that. First of all, the founding president, Dr. Uzonia Ojielo, FICMC. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause for him, please. We will also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Godwin Omoaka, SAN, FICMC, the president, our president. A round of applause for him, please. Okay, no, I won't take that type of clap for my president. A round of applause for our president. Thank you very much. May I also acknowledge the presence of our past presidents that are here present, members of Governing Council here present. We acknowledge your presence. May we also acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezi Kalu. May I also acknowledge the presence of Milords, the Chief Judge of Edo State, ably represented by Honorable Justice M.E. Itsueli. Please, a round of applause for her. May I also acknowledge the presence of Milord, the Honorable Chief Judge of Enugu State, represented by Honorable Justice Chinedu Vincent Ezugu. Is he here? A round of applause for him, please. Milord, you are welcome. May I also acknowledge the presence of the Chief Judge of Oyo State. Is he here? A round of applause for him in absentia. May I also acknowledge the presence of all judges here present. Please, a round of applause for them. A round of applause for them, please. We welcome you, my lords. May I also acknowledge the presence of all state attorney generals here present. Please, a round of applause for them. May I also acknowledge the presence of all senior advocates of Nigeria here present. Please, a round of applause for them. It's also important that I recognize the hard work that has been put into this conference. Please, with a very, very loud round of applause for the CPC chair and the committee of this year's conference. Ambassador Ojaide and his team. A round of applause for them, please. May I also recognize our sponsors, Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, Zenith Bank, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Delta State Government. Please, a round of applause for them. Very quickly, we're going to be moving into the meat of today's conference. And we expect you to give us your rapt attention as you listen to the deliberations and the discussions that are going to be had this morning. I'm going to invite my co-compare, Gloria.
Thank you, Yemi. Twice in a row, he's put together what I call premium top-notch. He's the Vice President Finance, a fellow of the Institute, one man that you can never find without a brooch. I'm sure by now you know who I'm talking about. Please, let's put our hands together as we make welcome for his welcome remarks, Ambassador Victor A. Ojaide. Please, let's put our hands together for him. He's done very well.
Please don't stop until he gets here. He has done amazing well. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
The president of the most prestigious Mediation Institute on the continent of Africa, Godwin Omwaka SAN, all members of the Governing Council of the Institute, distinguished guests, our panelists, Your Lordship, distinguished guests, thank you for being here today. We have flown the air like birds, swum the sea like fishes, but we have not yet learned the simple act of walking the earth like brothers. That quote was Martin Luther Jr. King. This is a beautiful dawn to be part of this prestigious ADR conference. May I acknowledge again all our distinguished guests and delegates and our most esteemed inductees. We welcome you. We're passionate about you and we delight in your presence in this conference. Welcome to the ICMC family. ICMC is the most prestigious mediation institute on the continent. We have had 2 many inductions this year, one in this same hall in June, and another in October in Ebonyi State. Today will be the crowning of the 2025 induction of professionals into the world of ADR practice in Nigeria. Altogether, about 2,780 distinguished persons will be inducted as professional mediators, carrying the ensigns of peace building and interrogating the pattern of effective justice delivery in the most powerful black nation on earth. The classic theme of our conference this year is behavioral pattern and societal disintegration. Mediation as an option for social cohesion. The social health and well-being of Nigeria will tell and shape the peace and destiny of Africa. Today, we have sad entries of killings of our brothers and sisters in different parts of the country. There's political intolerance, bitterness, and hatred among some of who have been awarded the noble privilege to sit on the stool of leadership and position. The behavioral pattern of some of the rising generation in human relationship makes us sad as a people. Mediators must rise. The path of peace starts in the cradle of truth, which begets justice. Justice begets peace. Only humans who have the virtue of humaneness can make this happen. The great Madiba once said, as I worked out the door towards the gate that will lead to my freedom, I knew that if I did not leave the anger, hatred, and bitterness behind, that I will still be a prisoner. That was what the great Nelson Mandela said as he walked out the door of prison after 27 years. This conference brings together exquisite minds who will shape the outcome of this gathering and conference and influence the continent of Africa. I'm excited to welcome and listen to our keynote speaker, His Eminence, Bishop Matthew Hassan Hooker. I cannot think of any greater human who would do in a more excellent manner justice to the theme than the noble Bishop Hassan Matthew Hooker. He is a remarkable man. Eagerly, I long to hear the exceptional panelists that this conference have assembled. Leading the panel is the most distinguished, the Honorable Justice Esther Nagawan Edigan, Chief Judge of Edo State retired, a woman of excellence. To my sources of the governing of the planning committee, you spent many nights with me going through all of this planning. God bless you. Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to conference. God bless you.
Thank you very much, our indefatigable conference planning committee chair. Let's put our hands together again for him. And so at this point, we'll take an address from our president. Please join me as we make welcome for his address, Godwin Omoka, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Fellow Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, Fellow Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, President, Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. Please let's jam those hands together for our president.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to have all of you here at our yearly annual conference. I think Victor has established the protocols. I will not stand on it, but I will just sort of rejig it. Let me begin by acknowledging the presence of some very important dignitaries in our midst. I begin by first acknowledging the President of my Lord, the Honorable Justice Otisi, Presiding Justice of the Court of Appeal, Kaduna Division. My Lord, you are welcome. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize all the chief judges that have that are here and whose presence have been announced. Thank you for being here. The attorney generals that are here, commissioners and traditional rulers. Please give them a round of applause. I know there are several traditional rulers around here. Now, This conference is our hallmark, our trademark conference every year. And it brings together participants in the field of mediation to discuss various issues that are affecting our profession as mediators in the country. So it is with immense honor. I have my address on page 15 to 16. So it is with immense honor and a profound sense of responsibility that I stand before you today at this August gathering of thought leaders, policymakers, professionals, and advocates of peace. On behalf of the Institute, I extend to you all a most heartfelt welcome. Your presence here today underscores not only the importance of this conference, but also the urgency of the theme before us: behavioral patterns and societal disintegration. Mediation as an option for social cohesion. Today we find ourselves in an era where the social fabric of our communities, both near and far, is under immense strain. Across the globe, and indeed within our nation, we see evidence in various forms. Families torn apart by generational misunderstandings, communities divided along ethno-religious lines, workplace strained by distrust and competition, and political spaces fractured by toxic rivalries. These cracks are not born solely from a lack of resources or opportunities, as is often assumed, but from the behavioral patterns that govern our interactions. Intolerance, mistrust, selfishness, aggression, impatience, and the refusal to listen. When these patterns go unchecked, they become entrenched, crystallizing into destructive cycles of conflict that erode unity and destabilize society. History and present reality show us that what begins as a difference of opinion can quickly spiral into hostility, violence, and ultimately disintegration. Yet, we must remember, societies are not destroyed by conflict itself, but by the absence of effective and trusted mechanisms to manage conflict constructively. This is where mediation reveals its unique and transformative power. Mediation is far more than an alternative to litigation. It is a philosophy of dialogue, an architecture of trust, and a framework for transformation. It acknowledges that conflict is not always a sign of societal collapse. Rather, it can be an invitation to rebuild stronger foundations of understanding and cooperation and opportunity for change. Through mediation, disputing parties are not dragged into adversarial battles, but are guided into conversations where empathy, listening, and compromise can flourish. In this sense, mediation interrupts destructive behavioral patterns and replaces them with constructive habits of dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect. When embraced as a societal norm, not merely in our courts, but in our schools, communities, organizations, and homes, mediations become more than a tool for conflict resolution. It becomes a culture that preserves relationships, fosters unity, and strengthens cohesion at all levels of interaction within the society. At the Institute, we are committed to nurturing this culture. Our mission is to build and empower a community of mediators who embody the ideals of neutrality, empathy, and wisdom. We believe that the sustainability of any society rests not only on its laws and institutions, but equally on the culture of dialogue that underpins them. This is why we continuously work to ensure that mediation is not seen as a last resort, but rather as the first instinct when conflict arises. Whether it is family disputes, community disagreements, workplace challenges, or national crisis, mediations offer us a peaceful pathway forward, one that restores dignity, preserves relationship, and strengthens harmony. Let me just pause for a second. You know, these are very trying and very difficult times for our country. I don't think beyond the Civil War that we have known it so bad with the level of insecurity, the level of tension in the country at this time. And this is a time where the nation needs to heal, where we need to forge together as one country to pitch the language that we all understand: peace, love. It's very important because we are seeing a lot of Jaqua syndrome, but it wouldn't solve the situation. We need to build bridges. We need to heal our broken communities. It's okay to criticize the government, but we have a role at a communal level to do as much as we can to bring peace to our communities. It's very, very important. Yesterday I was watching something on television and I saw somewhere in Castina State that whole communities have been overtaken by bandits. In fact, about 20 local governments in Castina State are under the rulership of bandits, and the communities there have entered into negotiations with the bandits. I don't know how far it's correct. I saw a video clip by the Trust Television in Kaduna, a documentary. And they're having dialogue with bandits, inviting bandits to their community because government has failed us. Distinguished conferees, today's conversations are not merely academic or theoretical. They are urgent, practical, and profoundly necessary. If we are to safeguard the integrity of our societies in the face of increasing tensions, shifting behavioral norms, and widening divides, then we must embed mediation into the very DNA of our societal interactions. Let this conference therefore be more than a gathering of minds. Let it be a call to action, a call to every leader, policymaker, professional, and citizen to recognize the stability of our nation, and indeed the world, depends not on the absence of conflict, but on our capacity to transform conflict into cooperation, division into dialogue, and disintegration into reintegration. As we deliberate over the various sessions, I urge us all to engage fully, share your insights, challenge our assumptions, and build networks of collaboration. Together, let us chart a future where behavioral patterns no longer threaten our cohesion, but instead serve as the foundation of a society bound by respect, dialogue, empathy, and mutual understanding. Let us rise to this challenge with courage, with wisdom, and with unwavering commitment. For in strengthening mediation, we are not only resolving disputes, we are weaving threads of unity, trust, and peace into the tapestry of our shared humanity. In conclusion, I thank you most sincerely for your attention, and I pray that this conference will inspire us all to become true architects of peace and custodian of our social cohesion. May peace continue to guide our steps. Thank you. And may God bless Nigeria, like the Americans say. Thank you. Before I step down, I want to recognize the presence of His Grace, who walked in while I was delivering my speech. The Archbishop of, the Bishop of the Diocese of Sokoto, Nigeria. My Lord, Bishop Dr. Matthew Hassan Kuka, CON. You are welcome. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for the President. You know, no one will say it better than the president that is this elegant, this smart, this amazing. A round of applause for my president. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a series of conversations. Now let us entertain you a bit with a cultural display. Over to you.
Thank you very, very much. Indeed, our diversity is a strength. Quickly, we'll go to the next item. The keynote. Our keynote speaker for today is Reverend Dr. Matthew Hassan Kuka, CON, Bishop, Diocese of Sokoto, Nigeria. Reverend Dr. Matthew Hassan Kuka, CON, is the current Bishop of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Sokoto in northwestern Nigeria. He was ordained in December 19, 1976. He was formerly the Secretary General of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria and Vicar General of the Archdiocese of Kaduna until he was ordained as Bishop in September 8, 2011. Kuka has served in many presidential initiatives such as Human Rights Violation Investigation Commission, the Electoral Reform Committee, and National Policy Reform Conference. He was the presidential facilitator in negotiating an end to the hostilities between Shell Petroleum Development Company and the Ogoni people. He also served on a committee regarding Boko Haram set up by northern governors. Kuka holds a Bachelor of Divinity from St. Augustine Seminary. He earned a master's degree in peace studies at the University of Bradford and a doctorate degree from the School of Oriental and African Studies. He was a senior Rhodes Scholar at St. Anthony College, Oxford, and a Mason Fellow at the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, where he earned a master's degree in public policy. He has various significant positions, including Secretary of the National Political Reform Conference, Chairman of the Interreligious Dialogue Communities for Bishops' Conference of Nigeria and West Africa, member of the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Kuka is known for his advocacy for justice, democracy, and human development. For interfaith dialogue, he has been a strong voice in promoting respectful Christian-Muslim relations and coexistence. In December 2020, Pope Francis appointed him as a member of the Dicastery on Integral Human Development. On Monday, 17th March 2025, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka was appointed as the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of the Federal University of Applied Sciences, Kachia, Kaduna State, and in June 2025, he was conferred with the national honor of Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON, respectively by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Finally, he has authored many books such as Religion, Political and Power in Northern Nigeria, Democracy and Civil Society in Nigeria, and recently, Witness to Justice. Kuka is also a founder of the Kuka Center, a public policy think tank in Abuja, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, to take the keynotes, let's welcome our speaker, Reverend Dr. Matthew Hassan Kuka, Commander of the Order of the Niger.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and a great privilege for me. I've been sitting with your president. So let me stand on existing protocols, as we say in Nigeria. My friends in Kenya will be surprised to see that I'm here, because I only left Nairobi at about 6:30 p.m. Last night. I arrived Lagos, and I don't want to say, but I had to get on a 6:45 flight to Abuja. I managed to get home just to have a cup of coffee and then start a journey here. And after this, I'm heading straight to Kaduna. I was supposed to be delivering a lecture in Kaduna, but I begged them to shift it to 4 o'clock, because I know I promised to be with you last year, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it. We had agreed that I could, but I thought on second thought, out of respect for this body, the people in Kaduna accepted, and here I am. So as soon as I finish, I'll be heading to Kaduna. But on a commercial note, what you see circulating is just, this is the annual report of the Kuka Center. And I realized that I'm going to be a neighbor because our land is somewhere behind here. We got land. We're still struggling to get started. So I think just for the point of being a good neighbor, I thought it's time for me to register my presence with you. Well, I think that what needs to be said has already been said. I heard your president making final comments about the state of the nation, about which I will say nothing except to focus on the reason why you're having this, something on disintegration and social cohesion. I actually discovered, I've published a book, which is a collection of about 17 or 18 of the many lectures I've delivered across many Nigerian universities. And the title of the book is Nigeria's Broken Truths, Nigeria's Elusive Quest for National Cohesion. When I started putting the lectures together, because every audience for me is different, I discovered, rather interestingly, that I had almost literally been obsessed with the theme of national cohesion. So it's an area of research that I'm personally very interested in. It also helps to speak to some of the issues. And so in this very brief, I'll try to be as brief as I can be, I want to admit that. But I also see the state of our brokenness as a symptom, not as a disease. Because many people, especially the political class, keep telling us, you know, stop all this fighting, because we cannot develop in an environment of insecurity, Abi? That's what the politicians tell us, that we cannot develop in an environment of insecurity. But actually, the opposite is the case. Okay? It is the bad governance that is producing the insecurity. So if you took seriously the issue of fixing the country, then we will not be dealing with the issues of insecurity. And the most strange thing about insecurity in Nigeria is that the people who are keeping you insecure actually have a claim of moral righteousness. One of the religious leaders in Kaduna, Sheikh Gumi, was saying, I think 2 years or so ago, after he went to visit the bandits, he came back to say that it is the Nigerian state that has hurt these people. So the Nigerian state is obligated to look after them. But the question I think we need to ask is, when we talk about the disintegration, because I think that is your sub-theme, what really is the cause of the conflicts that we face. Now, Tolstoy once said that every unhappy family is unhappy differently. Because what causes a family to fight is not the same with what causes family B to fight. There are things that people can overlook. But I think that in talking about conflict in Africa, Nigeria in particular, we cannot ignore our colonial heritage and the level of arbitrariness that went into creating what has become modern Nigeria. And as we know, we are reluctant citizens because up till today we are still debating the issue of, one, we didn't have a say in the boundaries of what now makes Nigeria. And that the 925,000 square kilometers that make up Nigeria is what Lord Lugard gave to us. We weren't there. What the British gave us is what we have inherited. Unfortunately, colonial boundaries had their own contradictions and distortions, in part because a good part of the work was done arbitrarily, so you have cousins who are on this side. If you live in Sokoto, for example, it's very difficult to try and tell somebody who is in Sokoto that people in Niger are a different country. And that is why we can't deal with the problems of smuggling in Nigeria, because people are just communicating with their brothers. There are Fulanis in Niger, so Fulanis in Sokoto. So what you call smuggling may just be brothers having conversations with one another. And we find that around these boundaries, the capacity of the Nigerian state to enforce its will is severely limited because brother is talking to brother. Now, if you have your phone, maybe don't do it now, but you can Google it. There is a part of Jordan that is called Churchill's Hiccup. You know hiccup? You can find it on Google. Churchill's Hiccup is said to be the fact that Churchill he's had a few brandies or whiskeys at lunch. And while he was doing that, he decided to start drawing the map of what will become Jordan. Saudi Arabia here, Iraq is here, Iran is here, and then Syria is over. And in the course of drawing the lines, he belched. The result is you can see a sharp drop on the line. And that, as I said, if you go to Google, you just Google Churchill's Hiccup, you will see the details. Now, the people of Jordan, there's nothing they can do because that line is there. So the point to make is that from the very beginning, that Africa is very more or less predisposed to conflict, in part because of the arbitrary nature in which our countries were put together. But even more importantly, for the sake of the moment, is the reality of military intervention in Nigeria. Because the military intervened. And please give the British credit. Give the British credit. It took me a long time to realize that a good number of the people who came here as British colonial officers actually came from Oxford and Cambridge. They were very, very well educated. The quality of their ethnography, the quality of their analysis, the lines that they drew regarding what became the provinces in Nigeria. They may not have been precise, but if you look at those lines and you compare Nigeria with other British colonial countries, whether it's India, South Africa, the first thing you realize is that most post-British colonies still have provinces. Nigeria, I don't know any other country that came out of the womb of Britain that has states. And because of the nature of the creation of states in Nigeria, a task that the next sort of colonialists, that is the military, did just around a table. Well, not too different from, maybe I exaggerate. But what they did in our absence, what the soldiers did in our absence without our permission, is not too different from it's a miniature, it's a metaphor for understanding the Berlin Conference. That is, people parceled out. Then they created 717 local governments. Up till today, many states are still fighting because if you had somebody in Abuja who was a member of the military council, then you had a chance, even if you had a local government, where the capital of the local government area will be, or the headquarters, tended to be in the villages of the big people who had access to Abuja. So you go back home and find that maybe a big man was at the periphery here, and the main capital in the imagination of the people in Anambra, Imo, Kaduna, Sokoto, whatever, their understanding of what their capital should be is here. But the man who had the decision, who was at the table, decided to put the capital in his home village. I'm sure that these are things that many of you can speak to. And they still account for the volatility of the Nigerian state up till today. We celebrated the birthday of General Abdul Salam some years back, and I was asked to write a paper as part of the celebration. And the title of my paper was Wars in Africa, or Conflict in Africa. That was the title. The subtitle was Two Bald-Headed Men Fighting for a Comb. All right, for those of you who are bald-headed here, and I see the light shining on the heads of many of you, if a bald-headed man if this man is fighting with this man over a comb, what are they going to do with it? But it was to make the point that very many of the conflicts in Africa, you can't understand. And I think that it is this brokenness or existing fractures that account for the instability that we find in many parts of Africa in particular, but also, in general, but Nigeria in particular. One of the political scientists, early political scientists in Ahmadu Bello University, an Irish Reverend Father called James O'Connell, wrote about a theory that became very dominant part of the political science culture in Ahmadu Bello University. The title of his paper was The Inevitability of Instability. The inevitability of instability. That is that for African countries and Nigeria in particular, instability is inevitable, precisely because of the nature of the landscape. So that is why you find, for example, there was a war in Ghana, and it was said to be a war between the Kukumba and the Nunumba. And what was the war about? Two men from these ethnic groups were arguing over the price of a chicken in the market. One person slaps another person, all of a sudden it became a war. Hundreds of lives were lost. In Zangonkata, where I come from, the battle that took place in 1992 was over the siting of a market. At least that's what we had. That's what is in the public imagination. If you ask the people of Ife and Modakeke, what were they fighting about? Or the people of Aguleri and Nomuleri, what were they fighting about? In Bauchi, for example, Bauchi went on fire. The allegation was that some Muslim bought suya, ate the suya, finished eating the suya, apparently enjoyed the suya, and then somebody told him, this suya is pork. War started. So I'm preparing you for the fact that, yes, our problems can be resolved, but we must understand the origin. And for those of you who are Christians, in John, the letter of St. James, one of my favorite texts in the Bible, chapter 4, verse 1, where James says, the first question is, what are all these wars among you? He's talking to the Christian community. Why all these wars? And that question, if you pose it, you can deal with the problem of Ukraine, you can deal with the problem of Sudan, you can deal with the problem of any and every conflict anywhere in the world. James says, why all these wars among you? And then he provides an answer. He said, the wars among you are the result of your passions. Result of your passion. And passion has to find an outlet. It is your passions that are at war. That is what is predisposing you to war. And James then says, you desire something, you cannot get it, and you are prepared to kill. You desire something, and you cannot get it, and you are prepared to kill. If you ask why the war in Ukraine, what Putin wants, Putin cannot get, but Putin must get. What is happening in South Sudan or Sudan, stories are all the same. The question then is that, having set the pace, the next phase of the argument will be, so how do we create social cohesion? Post-colonial historiography focus on, from Nnamdi Azikiwe obsessed with unity. And a lot of my friends, I'm a very lucky Nigerian, very lucky. Because I have lived in Lagos. During Oputa panel, I realized how privileged I am. I come from northern Nigeria, but I'm very much at home in the east because of my brothers who may be Catholic or whatever. During Oputa panel, I experienced a lot of this. When we went to Port Harcourt, Ogoni, people warmly embraced me. They say, you are minority like us, you have suffered like us, so please, we know we will get justice from you. When we went to sit in Enugu, the Igbo said to me, you know, you are a Catholic like us. We are predominantly Catholic here. Don't mind Justice Oputa. He's an old man. He doesn't understand the problem. You can be of help to us. When we sat in Lagos, Ganifa, when he came and singled me out, he said, we have been on this battle together. We've been struggling together. We know we can count on you. When we sat in Kano, my brothers from the north say, we know we can count on you because you are a northerner. So this complex identity has helped me to appreciate Nigeria and its problems. The challenge, therefore, is what kind of institutions do we need to become united? See, all of us are sitting here. If they ask you, who's your father? Yes, this is my wife. These are my children. But as you know, all these claims are largely hearsay. You say, my birthday is on the 10th of October. And we celebrate those days. But there's no proof. I cannot prove. The only proof I have is that my mother said I was born on this day. Or I have a piece of paper that says so. They say, this woman is my mother. I don't have a choice. Because one time I was having a fight with my mother. And she said to me, you know, I was very small. You know, if you are to get married, you'll be a very bad husband. So I looked around, I saw that I could run. I said, if I were to marry a woman, it would not be like you. So, but the point I'm making is that the reason why I trust that this is my mother is because somebody said so, and she has behaved towards me in a way and manner. The sacrifice she's made suggests. But if you adopt a child and you don't say anything to the child, after some time, things are different now. But the point I'm making, therefore, is that national unity or national cohesion applies or employs all kinds of strategies. So we're not going to become united because somebody has written a text that all of us should be united. No. There are certain things that happen. Occasionally, we wear uniform. When people are getting married, they wear ashoebi as a sign of solidarity with the people who are celebrating. But for a nation, nations have to invent a myth. Usually, most people respond to unity by virtue of a myth. It's not about rationality. Sometimes the brain and the heart don't connect. You saw yesterday, they said somebody from Afghanistan who was working with the Americans during the war, and they were supposed to have rewarded those people. They were spying or whatever for America. But in exchange for that, they've been given American citizenship. But one of these people, nobody knows what has happened, shot 2 American the police or whatever. Now, I don't know whether you listened to Trump yesterday. Trump is saying that just shooting 2 Americans, they never die, oh. But Trump said this is a crime against humanity. Crime against humanity. That is, the whole human race is threatened because they shot 2 Americans. My friend, who is in Port Harcourt, she's a lawyer. She had a driver. She told me one day, I was calling her, she didn't answer the phone. So one day, when she came, she said, that my driver, I came down, I was looking for my driver. I didn't find my driver. I finally found the driver. He was busy preparing to have a fight. The driver was having a fight between him as an Ogoni man over the whole question of who owns the riverside in Port Harcourt. He said it belongs to the Ogoni. The person he was the Ijo man said, no, it belongs, it's Ijo. They were among themselves. So when she was now explaining to the boss, she said, you know, madam, this kind of thing, if it causes world war, that is, Two drivers are quarreling in Port Harcourt, and they are convinced that their quarrel is so important that it can cause a world war. Now, but what I'm saying is that America has created a myth of its own greatness. And over the years, America has convinced every American citizen that they are literally superior to everybody else around the world. But also, they have created those myths, but they have matched their talk. Everybody who has an American passport knows the value of that passport. And even if you are a Nigerian, when you get trapped in the rivers somewhere, if you have an American passport, America will come for you. And they will find you. As we saw in the case of the American who was kidnapped in Niger and ended up in Nigeria. I don't know whether you've seen the video. The amount, the millions and millions of dollars America will spend to fly just to come and rescue one individual. If the only reason why you can say this woman is your mother is because she was cooking for you, she breastfed you. That's all. So if a country does not breastfeed you, it cannot get your loyalty. So the reason why we are standing as Nigerians on one leg is that if you get into trouble in Nigeria, even just Ghana here, the first thing they will tell you, waiting, carry you, go there, self. Waiting, carry you, go there. Nigerians abroad are afraid to go to the embassy because if you have a problem, you go to the embassy, the first question, waiting, carry you, go there. Americans, even if you are an American and you got drunk somewhere in a nightclub and you have a quarrel with a prostitute and you really kill her or whatever and they arrest you, America will not be interested. They must get you back at all costs. Secondly, an America's myth of greatness started in the 17th century. When they fled from Europe, the founding fathers fled from Europe and founded a land. They called their country a city on a hill. And America has maintained the illusion that they are God's own. I think, is it that Biafra that claims to be God's own state? I don't know whether that has affected your economy in any way, but God's own state in Nigeria, no, it's not exactly the same. But institutions like the Constitution, the myth of ancestry. For example, every Yoruba person believes that they are descendants of Oduduwa. If you ask them who is Oduduwa, Oduduwa really exists. But you have that myth. It helps to bring Yorubas together when there is a problem. Then you have a national assembly, you have a judiciary, you have the bureaucracy, then you have language, then you have culture, then you have religion, then you have sports, you have arts, you have literature. If a country is able to aggregate all of these things, then children growing up will gradually lose a sense of other miniature identities. I hear Nigerians are very concerned, and maybe we should be concerned about the fact that, our children don't speak Igbo, they don't speak our languages. But language is a commodity of exchange. All right? Depends on what your language can buy. If you are in Abuja here, this land belongs to Bagi people. But I remember here, I was here in Abuja in 1982. So I'm one of the oldest people here in Abuja. I came here as a priest in 1982. The Bagi people who are selling their yams, if you ask them, how much is this? They used to say, Murtala biu. Okay, that is 2 Murtala. That's one way of saying, is it 200 naira or whatever? That's their transaction. Now, if you sit here and you say you want to do transaction in Bagi, you can memorize Bagi language very well. But what will it buy for you in Abuja? You can't go to ShopRite and buy anything in Bagi language. I delivered a lecture in Lagos, and there was one professor. I was at the invitation of Ike Ikenga. What do you call that, your group? Ike Ikenga. And when one Igbo professor who was there, he said he wanted to ask question. Then he castigated everybody about language. He said he doesn't speak English, he only speaks Igbo. And that he wants to ask a question. I told him, ask the question in Igbo because I speak Igbo. And the foolish man took my bait. He rambled and rambled and rambled in Igbo. When he finished, I think Ike Nwachuku, General Ike Nwachuku was the chairman of that event. When the man finished, I looked at him. I said, you know, I would have answered you in Igbo, but there are people here who don't speak Igbo. So let me. But the question I asked the poor man, I said, you can speak Igbo. You say you are teaching in the University of Lagos. Are they writing your check in Igbo? Now, when you leave Nigeria and go to the UK, the language that is important is English. So the point I'm making is that identities are important. But for each and every one of us, identities are often the result of mythology. And that is why, you know, sports continues to unite us. There's something President Obasanjo told me a long time ago. He was, when he was president, his chief of staff, fantastic man, General Mohammed, he died about 3 weeks ago. So one of these days, the Super Eagles were playing, and all of them in the villa, they were all there watching the match. And of course, as you know, the supporters club, when the goals are not coming, they start one of those Jesus songs. So they started singing one of those Jesus songs, and everybody was clapping and clapping. Then Super Eagles scored. Everybody, Obasanjo, everybody burst into. Everybody was. So Obasanjo said, he turned to General Mohammed. He said, the goal has been scored in the name of Jesus. Why are you dancing? And he said, General Mohammed looked at him. He said, as long as a goal has been scored, we are all Christians. So what I'm saying in effect is that symbols of unity are available, but it's a lot of hard work. That means you have to have a constitution you believe in. You have to have a judiciary you believe in. You have to have myths, anthems, whatever. So, but the point I'm making, therefore, that national cohesion is attainable, but it's not the result of conferences. It's not the result of the things we put together. It's often the result of well-crafted myths, songs, and so on. So let me perhaps try and deal with other few things. The first is, why has national unity eluded us in Nigeria? And the reasons are many. I hear Nigerians say to me, imagine, you know, the Malaysians, they came and bought whatever in Benin. The people in Singapore, all these people, everybody came and bought, and everyone has gone and left Nigeria behind. I always ask people a very simple question. Because many of the great men, and some of you may be here, they went to London School of Economics, their classmates are everywhere. Many of you, my classmate in Harvard is now the Prime Minister of Singapore. Many of you found yourself with classmates who are excelling, you are still grinding the ground here. And I tell people, all those Asian countries, was any of them ever overthrown by a military coup? Was any duly elected government ever overthrown by a military coup? Because, as I've often said, that seriously accounts for how we have ended up where we are. Why we are progressing in reverse. Because identities continue to become commodities of exchange. If you are president of Nigeria, a Fulani man, only yesterday the Fulani people or the Hausa Fulani ruling class in northern Nigeria who were behaving, working differently. Now is the turn of the Yorubas. Every Yoruba person has to work differently, including people who are not Yoruba. You have to start wearing Yoruba dress. So if they see you, they can mistakenly think you are one of them. When Buhari was president, I saw a lot of my Ijo, Igbos, everybody wearing Babariga. Now they've thrown away the Babariga. They have to find something. So all these identities by negotiation that we're using suggest very clearly that we're still having problems of national identity, because you cannot get a job in Nigeria today if you don't know somebody who knows somebody. So there are a lot of issues on the ground that we still need to deal with. And I think an organization like your own, and let me move very quickly, you know, into the second to the last thing I want to deal with, which is, we all say we want justice. And law and the judiciary have been the basis of our wanting justice. But what really is justice? Justice Oputa used to say to us, He said, justice is a three-way street. For real justice to stand the test, it's a three-way street. That is, the perpetrator of the crime must sense that they have gotten justice. The victim must also sense that they've gotten justice. And finally, society must feel that justice has been achieved. But again, Justice Oputa said, nobody has ever seen justice walking on the street. We've never seen justice wearing a cap or wearing shoes, or we don't know how justice looks like. But all of us have a sense. There is an emotional feeling that you can feel that, yes, you've gotten justice as a result of this. But when you live in a fairly dysfunctional environment such as ours, where literally most things are for sale, I'm not the one to tell you about what is being said about the judiciary. It's not only the judiciary in Nigeria. But that when you have a big table to stand on and to decide who is right and who is wrong, when you have the opportunity to take those decisions, you require a moral anchor to be able to stand firm to do the right thing. I often say to people, I feel sorry for judges. Very sorry for judges. Personally, I don't know whether I would have wanted to be a lawyer, but I don't think I would have accepted to be a judge. Because in conscience, the decisions, even if you are a man of conscience and you are in a country like Nigeria, see, I hear people blaming, they're saying, all these women, men who are judging political cases, they are taking. We had a case, a friend of mine won an election as governor. And then he was challenged by the person who lost. And the matter, they brought a tribunal. I won't tell you the place because you will know. They brought a tribunal. And then I was sitting somewhere with another person who was chairman of the party that had won the election. And my friend was a very, very devout Catholic. And they told him that, how is it that he has not gone to see the chairman of the tribunal? And my friend said, look, I believe in God. If they say I'm not the governor, I will go. Then I was sitting somewhere. The chairman of the party told me that the husband of the judge has come to town and is asking people, how can there be a case in the tribunal? People know that his wife is the judge and they are not talking to him. Meanwhile, the poor woman is sitting somewhere determined to do a good job. Her husband is saying, people should talk to me if they want to win the election. This poor woman is there, her husband is putting pressure. Then her husband's people, who can be multiplied, are also putting pressure. Then her husband's classmates are putting pressure. Then the students who went to school, primary school with her, are putting pressure. Those who went to university or secondary school with her are putting pressure. Then the class of 77 or 88 at the law school in Nigeria, they are putting pressure. And yet all of us want a judge that can be so oblivious to any of these things to give us a judgment. I'm not saying people are not corrupt, but I think that in the present circumstances, we are confusing the disease. We are confusing the symptom for the disease. Because the symptom, the real disease, is the rot in the Nigerian society. The symptom is the manifestation of this as we see. Because, of course, it is clear. If the judge is strict, if the judge is too disciplined, you can shop around. Because somebody can call you and say, oh God, we get one place where this thing they cheap. There are people going around with suitcases of judgments that they will give you what you want. So the whole sense of what is justice, and as I say, many of you already know, those of you who are lawyers, the categorization of justice, distributive justice, retributive justice, restorative justice, social justice, and so on. So let me try and end. Because the question then is, given the frustration that people feel that the courts are not working, people feel that the processes are not working, people feel that you can be victimized because of your tribe, you can be victimized because of your social condition, you can be victimized because of your political affiliation, you can be victimized because of your religious belief, you can be victimized by your gender. So where will people find justice? Again, my papa, Justice Oputa, it was like being with him was like being in school. He said there was a man who went to London. He was going to court in the morning. So he saw one man cleaning. He asked the man, he said, please, I want to go to the High Court of Justice. Where is the way? And the cleaner stopped. He said, you want to go where? I want to go there. He said, okay, look, just keep going straight. When you get to the end of the road, turn left. Okay, if you turn left, just keep going. You will get to a junction. Walk through that junction. You will see the High Court of Justice. But whether those High Courts deliver justice, I don't know. But you will see the sign of the High Court of Justice. So the question then is, and that is why alternative dispute resolution then becomes a viable tool. In the Bible, Matthew chapter 5, verse 25, if you read the Bible and you settle, Jesus said, settle your quarrel with your adversary before the matter goes to court. Settle your quarrel. So this strategy became prominent in the last 20 years. Alternative dispute resolution mechanism. That is, not everything has to go to court. I was in Rwanda 2 years after the genocide. I went to do field work in Rwanda because I wanted to understand what had happened in Rwanda. And one of the fascinating things that they did was that before the genocide, they didn't have many lawyers. There were maybe about 30 or so lawyers in the whole country. So when the genocide happened, the lawyers were killed. A few of them escaped. But then the Americans, everybody, international community said, we must bring the perpetrators to justice. If you went to Kigali, you went to their prison. Up till today, if you Google, you'll find some pictures. A place like this, they kept maybe about 5,000 people. Because they harvested people from different places in order to be able to deliver on justice. Then all of a sudden, the people of Rwanda looked around. Where are the lawyers? No lawyers. Where are the judges? No judges. And they calculated, and in their calculation, they concluded that if they were to go through trials, the last of these victims the trials may conclude after 52 years. As a result, they say necessity is the mother of invention. So the people of Rwanda now came up with a strategy. They said to themselves, before the white man came and gave us this adversarial system, we had a way of dealing with problems now. It was called gachacha. Gachacha simply means sitting on the grass. So on their own, they decided to slightly alter the issues of evidence and so on and so forth. Nobody is saying, I put it to you, that's also. They devised a slightly different mechanism in which, and the very fascinating thing, what caught my attention was I sat through one or two of them. And in all of them, I found that you could find 10 people, 15, 20, that women were always in the majority. One I sat in, there were 13 people. 9 of them were women. So for an African country, how is that possible? So I asked the people out of curiosity, how is it that, and the women were the chairman, because when they gather, they will vote. If you have 9 women, it will be foolish of them to go and vote for a man with only 4 men. So naturally, the women voted for themselves. So when I asked, the lady told me that they said that the condition for membership in the communities was honesty and integrity. And the people in the community were able to identify that they had more trust in the women than in the men. Now, the point I'm making is, it didn't solve the problems of Rwanda, but it gave people control over the processes of what constitutes justice. They said there was a man who was, he went to a chamber, he went to somebody's chambers. He said, he entered, yes, what are you? He said, I've come, I'm looking for a lawyer. They said, we are all lawyers here. They know, I want a lawyer with one hand. And the lawyers looked at themselves. They said, what do you mean? You know, want a lawyer with only one hand. They said, we don't have a lawyer with one hand here. So the man left, went to another chamber. He said, I'm looking for it. He said, we're all lawyers here. Very good lawyers at that. He said, I want a lawyer who has only one hand. And the people said, what do you mean? You mean one left hand? He said, it doesn't matter. I just want, whether it's left hand or that is caught or right, I don't care. Just give me, I want a lawyer with only one hand. And they said, we don't have a lawyer with one hand. Then why are you looking for a lawyer with one hand? He said, the problem is that I have been a victim of injustice. Everywhere I go to, when I make my case, and we are before a judge, a lawyer will stand up and say, on the one hand and on the other. So I want a lawyer who has only one hand. So when I finish making my case, there will be no. So finally, the point to make is that ADR is vital because it addresses the issue of how Africans see justice. My little experience in Oputa panel showed me very clearly that for our people, the adversarial system of justice, which we inherited from the West, doesn't have the capacity to reconcile because it just understands victory. So somebody has to win and somebody has to lose. But in our communal way of dealing with some of these issues, now people are talking about sitting under the palava tree and all those kind of things. It's becoming clear to people that there has to be a way. And I think that people like Mandela did quite a lot of wonderful things in helping us to understand some of this. So finally, many of us are familiar because one of the greatest attractions of ADR was that it managed to help some of the big corporations to address the issue of the consequences of reputational damage arising from losing a case. I spent 7 years going in and out of Ogoni land to try and reconcile their problem, Shell and Ogoni. Shell is no longer in, whatever the situation may be. But if you talk to the average Ogoni person, the average Ogoni person will tell you, we drove Shell out of our land. That's what they will say, and they are right to claim that victory. That is Shell, a massive worldwide organization with so much authority, power to compromise the state and so on. But the ordinary people of Ogoniland stood, they said no. Shell suffered a reputational damage that they are still dealing with up till today. The problem between MTN and Nigerian government, that they fined the MTN 5 billion. We don't know how much they got, but they found a way around it. Matter didn't go to court. They settled it one way or the other. But again, MTN needed to avert the reputational damage that could come from litigation. Volkswagen, Boeing, Walmart, LNG, these are things that we know. So I want to conclude by commending you and saying that this is really the way to go. And I don't think that the lawyers will make less money because of ADR. I think the great thing about ADR is that it enables us as Africans to still maintain relationships. Because imagine, for example, a case in which maybe somebody in a village, somebody kills your cousin, and the matter decides to go to the village square or to go to court. And somebody says, no, let's deal with it another way. Maybe an in-law or an uncle or somebody who is married from your village comes and says, look, let's have a conversation. When your uncle or your father goes to the man whose son has been killed, whether he goes with a god of palm wine to sit down to say, this matter, let us talk about it. You may bring in the parish priest, but before you know what is happening, the conversation is cost-effective because, among other things, people will accept their mistakes. They will then begin together to see how they can build harmony. They will begin together to see how they can create better relationships. And they will accept, yes, the son is dead. There's nothing we can do about it. But there is a relationship that we can build. And I think this is the greatest asset that ADR has. So I want to say how grateful I am that you've given me this opportunity to speak with you. And I ask God to bless you. And I want to thank you and thank you very much. God bless you.
Let's keep clapping till he takes a seat. Indeed, His Eminence deserves a standing ovation. Thank you very, very much, sir. On a lighter note, on the one hand and the other, on the walk to deepening unity, maybe women should be entrusted more with power. Do you agree? If you said yes, put your hands together for yourself. So our problems can be resolved, but in doing that, we need to understand its origin. I'm sure everyone seated in this hall can relate with that. We can relate with that, right? There is no resolving disputes without understanding how to analyze the conflicts. So again, let's put our hands together for our keynote speaker. And lastly, I want to say, I have a favorite quote from our keynote speaker. The only freedom people confer on you is the freedom to agree with them. So do we agree with our keynote speaker? Again, let's put our hands together for him. So quickly, we'll go to the panel discussion. And to introduce our panelists, let's make welcome the registrar of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, Babatunde Oyefeso. Please let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, may I be allowed to continue on the established protocols for this meeting? I'm very sure that we are all eagerly waiting for this session where the panels will have a discussion on the thesis dropped by His Eminence Bishop Matthew Coker. Where I sat down, I had to take notes because there are so many things he said that we need to ponder upon. There are the issues of national identity, there is the issue of myth, as well as the issue of on one hand for those of us who are lawyers. And to do justice to this session, we have an eminent list of personalities who will be discussant. But for the moderation of the discussion, we have someone who would help us coordinate that. Join me as I welcome Honorable Justice Esther Edigin, retired former Chief Judge of Edo State. For those who want to know who she is, what she has done, you would see a profile on page 23 of the program. Milord, you're welcome. You're welcome, my lord. In taking a cue from the admonition of the keynote speaker, it's as if the planning committee had a peep into his paper, and in doing that, they tried to do a bit of balancing. And in doing that balancing, they assure that the female gender is adequately represented on this panel. Join me as I welcome one of our own, a professor of ADR and a judicial officer with excellence. Join me as I welcome Honorable Justice Professor Alero Akeredolu of the Ondo State High Court. You would see a profile on page 19 of your brochure. You would agree with me that this paper would be, it will be dissected properly. My lord, you are welcome. We also have one of our own, also a professor of law, a senior advocate of Nigeria, and a present commissioner of land in Anambra State. You know, one of the things Bishop Coker said has to do with the origin of some of these conflicts. As a student of history, you will discover that some of these conflicts originate from land grabbing or land ownership. And so the panel would have someone who would assist in helping us look at that perspective as regards this discussion. Join me as I welcome Professor Ofoneze Amuchize, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. To assist us in this discussion so that we can have the international diplomacy angle of it. Join me as I welcome Ambassador Abdullahi Omaki. His profile is on page 24 of your brochure. You're welcome, sir. The next discussant I'll be calling up is one of our own, who is the Deputy President, one of the Institute, is someone we call a shuttle diplomat, moving from Ghana to Senegal, to Congo, to Kigali, as conflicts demand. He is well versed in what he do. Join me as I welcome Dr. Chukwuemeka Eze. You're welcome, Dr. Eze. Mr. Wale Fakunda is a Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He is a lawyer with a distinction and a swag. Mr. Wale Fakunda has been instrumental to a lot of women advocacy within the judicial setup and is well known for his contribution to the administration of justice. Join me as I welcome him up here. You're welcome, sir. The last set of people I'll be welcoming, even though they will not be sitting on this side of the divide, because if I'm to welcome all of them here, there won't be enough space. But this set of people are critical to the discussion, and that is you, sir. So please assist me in welcoming your neighbor, telling them welcome for this session. Thank you. My Lord, over to you, ma.
Warm greetings to every one of us. I had thought that we're going to have a group photograph with His Eminence before this session takes off. Something we would all have loved to do, but it's like he's gone, he's in a hurry. But nevertheless, we are here. I have a panel of distinguished guests. And I want to say and agree that our keynote address, our keynote speaker, has portrayed a very simple but profound and far-reaching message, which has more or less set the stage for our discussion, for the concept notes of this conference. The concept note is behavioral patterns and societal disintegration. Mediation as an option for social cohesion. I've been introduced. I'm from Edo State, and I bring you warm greetings. But first of all, I'm a Nigerian, like each and every one of us here. The identity of a Nigerian state binds us all together. But over time, we must acknowledge that at the moment, just like the keynote speaker said, we are suffering from the disease of a deep rot, the disease of disintegration. And the symptoms are the behavioral habits that have led to that disease. This conference is going to examine that. The keynote speaker has told us how it all started and the areas in which they are most connected. He spoke with a lot of humor that kept us all awake and laughing. I enjoyed it. I don't know about you, but I did. However, what are these symptoms? The behavioral patterns, the negative attitudes. The president has touched on all these in his address, but suffice to say that we have become more adversarial, impatient, violent, and these behaviors have contributed to divisions in our social justice system, lack of transparency that has led us to a weak identity, national identity, and impunity. Religious intolerance have escalated tensions, destructive conflicts, and a breakdown of law and order and trust, thereby undermining the stability of the Nigerian nation in particular. These are not random events. They are manifestations of a deep crisis that exists within us. The crisis of behavior in another manner. Then when we talk about social cohesion, I want to add what we mean. That bond that keeps us together, is it still there? Is the center still holding? That gum that keeps us together? Or has the center fallen apart? And if it has, what can we do about it as mediators? We are mediators, professional mediators gathered here for this conference. And we have those who will be inducted that will also join us. In a situation where we find ourselves today, with our social fabric being disrupted, being destroyed systematically along the line, what can we do? Are we coming here to sit down and lament? Are we going to be spectators of the decline? Or are we going to do something about it? And what is the way forward? ADR has a lot of doors, but mediation concerns us. Addressing the issue of social cohesion through mediation is what this conference is all about. That is the concept that we have. We all know what mediation is, so I'm not going to repeat or define it. It's something we have done over and over time. And so we are going to be looking at how, even with the disintegration we are suffering now, the way forward. Are we going to strengthen institutions that can deliver justice? Institutions that can create and promote inclusion and security at all levels of government, executive, judiciary, the legislative, judiciary, and even up to the local government level. We'll look at the practice of mediation from homes where we have conversations that begin at the dinner table with our children. Mediation in schools, in marketplaces, in local governments, and up to the national level. We are going to examine the symptoms, we shall examine the way forward, and then we shall examine how well we can best practice this mediation. I have with me here 5 distinguished persons who have been introduced. To do that again would be like maybe wasting time. So I'm not going to, you've heard a lot about each and every one of us. But the panelists are here. Each panelist is going to have 10 minutes to speak on the areas and concepts they feel best to move mediation forward as a tool for social cohesion in the midst of this disintegration that we have found ourselves. And without wasting time, I will call on the first panelist, my Lord, Professor, who has been in practice and is now on the bench. She will look at the issue from both sides of the coin. You have 10 minutes. My Lord, I don't think it will be too much if I will request your Lordship to please come up and address us for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Lord the Mediator. I stand or lean on the existing protocols. Thank you to the President and the Governing Council of the ICMC, of which I'm a proud member and fellow also. Let me start with a quote from a famous song. I think it is famous, but it may not be famous to people as I think. One of the founding fathers of America wrote a line in a song called the Liberty Song. And he stated, "By uniting, we stand. By dividing, we fall." Also, in the scriptures, we find the following statement of our Lord Jesus Christ, made in Mark chapter 3 and 25, that if a house is divided against itself, it cannot stand. So I want to say that social cohesion, first of all, is not about uniformity. It's not about uniformity. To say that we have a coherent society or we are together does not mean that we all think alike, behave alike, agree on every issue. No. Rather, it is the ability of diverse understandings to coexist and collaborate despite disagreements. And that is why mediation, and for us as mediation advocates, we have a great role to play. Because one of the main things we do, whether we are dealing with 2 people in a room, in a commercial agreement, or we're dealing with a community dispute, we understand that our role is to build trust, to facilitate understanding among parties, that though they have a disagreement, they can still work together for progress. The Nigerian Constitution has also stated this principle about social cohesion, where the preamble stated to all of us that we, the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, having firmly and solemnly resolved to live in harmony, as one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign nation under God. So we recognize that we are different, but we're saying we have chosen to live together in harmony. But just like our keynote speaker said, many of us agree that right now we are not totally in harmony. At least not as it were, maybe some 20 to 30 years ago. So we want to look at some of the patterns that have brought us where we are. Speaking about behavioral patterns, there are certain core values and beliefs that hold a society together and allows it to act together, such as justice, fairness, transparency of institutions, mutual respect, compassion, empathy, tolerance, and such like. Where these values are highly esteemed and the majority are holding on to these values, over time, the society continues to get stronger. The reverse is also the case. So let me give a small example. It may look very simplistic, but let's look at the unit of society, which is the family. You have siblings who do not speak to one another today, but it did not start out that way. There was a time that they all lived together, loved one another, and delighted in one another. But over time, the behavior of one or the other, contrary to the principles they believe in, must have occurred and gradually eroded the trust, the confidence, and the love that they had for one another. Initially, it may start out as avoidance. You begin to avoid that sibling who disrespects you. You begin to avoid the sibling who does not allow you to have a say. I'm married to Yoruba, so I pick up a lot of their proverbs. And one of them, even though I may not be able to speak it exactly as they say, but the interpretation is this: that what do the elders use to cheat the younger ones? So that's like you have a culture that because I'm the senior, please keep quiet. They don't even say please. I'm the senior, will you keep quiet? And if you want to talk, they say no, I'm the elder. It's like, what do the elders use to cheat the younger ones? So where there is a consistent pattern of not allowing somebody to be heard, avoidance begins, and at the end, it can lead to total conflict, because one day that young person is going to rise and say, yes, you may be the elder, but I am old enough to speak for myself. So for similar reasons, a community or society which was once strong may begin to fall apart. And vice versa, a divided community, a divided society can, by deliberate action, begin to become united, knitted together, and strong. The key is the behavior. And by behavior, I just mean affirmed, consistent habits of people. So, behavior just means your pattern of or habits that you engage in over time. So where the society or community, such as schools, marketplaces, worship centers, workspaces, family units, and even a nation like ours, where small, bad, hurtful habits are not intentionally disrupted or curtailed, they can and they will spiral and ultimately lead to the breakdown or disintegration of that society. Let me use the school as an example, because for many years I've worked in the school environment. But let me go to even the younger school setting and how behaviors begin to strengthen or be formed. So imagine a class of 8-year-olds, and you have 2 children struggling over a video game. Many of us have children and can understand. There's an adult in the room, but the adult does not intervene. And so the bigger child, even though they are the same age, the bigger child overcomes the younger one, who is even the owner of the game. That child encounters such behavior in class, goes home, encounters such behavior among his siblings, goes to play, encounters that behavior again. A message is sent to that child, which he learns that you need to be strong, and that the strong get what they want. The strong can empower, the strong can oppress the weak. It's a pattern he has seen. It's a pattern he learns. With that mindset, when he encounters a younger person or a less stronger person, his reaction, his response, his behavior is just according to what he has learned. He too believes he can take from the weaker, whether it is right or not. Many families have dealt with this as well. It is from the home. We begin to teach children what behavior is acceptable and what is not. We teach children and siblings to share books, to share toys, to learn to take turns, not to talk or argue with the fists, to listen to the perspective of other siblings and such like.
10 minutes.
Teachers in school play a similar role, helping children in their formative years. And if you have been trained by ICMC, you will know that we have an example. For example, we refer to ourselves as Your Excellency. That was how I was trained when I joined ICMC. All participants, we used to refer to ourselves as Your Excellency. Why? We were trying to build or cultivate a habit of respect and honor.
10 minutes.
My Lord.
Yes.
Okay. Also at the ICMC, we had a favorite phrase that says, "We appreciate you." What were we doing? Trying to build a culture also of gratitude and appreciation among persons. So, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask a final question before I leave. That could you take a moment, look at the person to your right and to your left, and appreciate one thing about that person, and help me say on behalf of us all that we appreciate you. Could you do that for 1 minute, second? Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Lord Professor. At the beginning, the mic was echoing so much, I couldn't hear so much about what you had to say, but I did hear about the Constitution that we drafted together and upheld to bind us, and how we are not working in sync with that. And she is looking at social cohesion. She has looked at it from the angle of the school. We are still coming back to that. We'll still have more questions in that area that will extend to marketplaces and government. Our next speaker is Professor Amucheze Afonse. I have a problem. He corrected me about his surname and the first name. So, Professor, I will invite you to come up, and he will look at the concept notes from another angle, which we will hear from him. And please, when you are speaking and your time is up, you will hear this. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. My thanks to President. I was just looking out for the President. Godwin, well done. My many thanks to the ICMC and for this opportunity to share my thoughts, and to also appreciate the keynote speaker who has left. I think my Lord, or His Grace, Bishop Kuka, has answered the question. I mean, I enjoyed his presentation, and I'll just say one or two things on the theme, and I'll just ask one or two questions. There's no doubt that as a country, more than ever, we are facing multi-layered social challenges. And these challenges are eroding every non-community values and norms that we grew up with. And the question has arisen. We have violent responses, violent disputes, the problems between settlers and indigenes, problems between farmers and herders, and then the influx of criminals into our society. And so we face a challenge, a situation where it appears that social cohesion in society is breaking down. But I'm going to share one or two experiences from the work I do at the moment as a commissioner for lands in my state. For those who know, the average Igbo man is very passionate about land, especially the average Anambra State man. And when I went on board, we found out that the bulk of the crisis, the crux of the crisis in my state, a lot, the criminal tendencies, everything revolves, 98% revolves around land. Fight over land, over ownership of land. Indeed, the government set up a committee, the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, which was chaired by Ambassador Bianca Ono, and Professor Chida Dinkalo was the chairman or the secretary of that committee. And when their report was submitted, what they found out in their report as they presented to the government was that at least 95% of the crises in my state, and 5% of the crises are traceable to land disputes. And so based on that, when we came on board, we asked ourselves a question: how do we ensure that we're able to also to build social cohesion in our society by ensuring that we're also able to resolve the various land disputes we have in our states? And I want to say that adopting mediation, that's one of the best things the ICMC has done for me, the trainings over the years. Adopting mediation, we've been able to reduce to the barest minimum the challenges that arise in the state as a result of disputes over land. Now, those challenges still remain. You can't wish them away. But the truth is that I found out from my experience that what people want basically is honesty, integrity, and a genuine communication. And once you do that and you get people on board, people are able to key into what you want to achieve. I've always shared an experience with my town, a community I come from, and we had a case with a neighboring community that lasted about 80 years. And we won. In Anambra State, if you win a dispute in court, it's meaningless. You can go to court and get a judgment, but you can't enforce that judgment because you won't be able to take possession of the land in question. And so after 81 years, what we did was to go back again to the basics. We went back to mediation. And through mediation, we were able to resolve the matter that lingered in court for 80 years. And what we simply did was a give and take. Both communities had to concede. My community had the judgment from magistrate court, from customary court, all the way to Supreme Court. But we couldn't take possession. The other community couldn't take possession also. But it took us 1 year of mediation, going forward and backwards. Eventually, we had a consensus. And then we invited the deputy governor then to come and install the monuments, as it's called. And today, there is peace in that area. So what have we found out? What are the challenges? Why is our country where it is at the moment? Why do we have these upheavals? For me, I attribute them to 3 or 4 basic things. Number one, I will call Poverty has brought about a big problem in our country, and because of this has affected the way in which both the government and us as individuals have been able to, just a minute, it has affected our approach to a lot of issues. So again, bringing down to my state, you find a situation where a lot of young men have nothing doing anymore. There are no jobs. And so the easiest thing to do is to sell land and resell land. That is the easiest way to try and make a living. And so that also aligns to part of what the government is trying to do to ensure that we have some job creation. Then we also have lots of family and basic traditional values. It's all gone. And I attribute that to the influence the internet has had on our society. Today, everybody has access to the internet. The woman in the market, the driver, the butcher, everyone. And then finally, I also think there's a lack of dispute resolution norms and patterns. That's part of why we have the challenges we have today. And so the question, part of what we're going to look at is, what role can mediation play in ensuring that we have social cohesion, in ensuring that the kind of disputes we have today between the farmers and herders, between settlers and indigenous, between settlers and the indigenous, amongst family members, in what way can mediation play a role to ensure that these disputes are resolved amicably? I think by the time we get to our questions, one of my take eventually is that mediation can and is successful in resolving a lot of matters. Mediation more than conciliation. Mediation more than arbitration. Why is this so? Because the parties have a stake. The parties believe once they are treated fairly, that they've played a role in coming to a resolution of the matter that has been brought before the mediator. And that is what we've applied in our ministry. And as I speak today in my ministry, since we came on board in April 2022, we've been able to resolve 74 matters out of court using mediation. And those are things we picked up from this place. But again, you find out that, like Mr. Brooker said, can you really craft a policy around mediation? I think that there is need for sensitization, and it eventually becomes part of our societal values and norms. Just on Thursday last week, I was mediating a dispute, between two communities, amongst the community in my state. And both parties came with their lawyers. And, I was shocked to find out that as we were discussing and we were trying to find a way out, I recall that one of the lawyers kept on going in and out of the meeting room. By the time the meeting ended and we adjourned to meet again, I got upstairs and I saw a court process on my table. And I blew my top. And I called the lawyer. I said, as part of the challenge I have noticed in this state, I thought we were all talking about mediation. We're trying to find a way around about this problem. And you think that the best way is to run to court to file an action in court? And so we met again, and the clients denied him. They said they had no idea that they were interested in the mediation that was ongoing. They had no idea that he filed the action in court, and he was directed to go and withdraw it to allow the process to run its course. Because, like I did say to him, and like the bishop said here, you will still make your money as a mediator. I think you make more money, you get more value for your money as a mediator than all the time we spend in court. We all do litigation, and we know how we can delay matters in court. And on average, for a land matter, which is very common in my area, it could take you 15, 20 to 25 years before you get to the Supreme Court and have your matter resolved eventually. So I think that we have a role to play, we as mediators, and I want to urge all of us who are here, particularly those of us who are lawyers and who are also mediators, to encourage the concept of mediation, and that will go a long way in helping to build the social cohesion that we so lack in our society at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for letting us know the beauty of mediation in reducing, as an alternative to reducing years of litigation in courts. Our next speaker, Ambassador Omaki. He's going to look at mediation as a tool for social cohesion, an angle of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Thank you very, very much, the President and the governing body of the ICMC, for the kind invitation you extended to me to be part of this discussion. When I received the letter, the first crisis I had was to read the letter about 3 times. And I said, the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, you are asking these questions. Behavioral patterns and societal integration, the role for mediation. So my first crisis was, is it that the Institute was not so sure what its role should be in the circumstance that we have found ourselves? Is it that the lawyers who predominantly outnumber everybody else in the Institute cannot come to terms with the reality that, look, we can coexist with society, taking into account the challenges of the societies in a manner that predated independence of most of the countries, particularly the African countries. Prior to the independence, we had our various ways, though tongue and tribe may differ, you have our various ways of living with each other. We had various ways of mitigating issues of conflict and their resolutions, and we had done this very well. So if we came into independence 65 years ago with all those kind of backgrounds, then we should understand where the rain has started beating us. Now, we have moved on from one challenge to the other. So if the Institute is asking this question at this time, it means, what are they looking for from the panelists or from the guest or keynote speaker? If you are looking for a nudge from us, including the keynote speaker, I'm sure from the keynote speaker, you have had enough. You have your roles cut out for you, and you have to be able to seize it, because there is no other alternative to the practical reality of the challenges we now face, especially in Africa, and more specifically in Nigeria at the moment. We came into independence in 1960 from 3 regions, the North, the West, and the East. And we did not mind our various cultures, ethnicity, faith or religions, whether you are rich or poor and all that. All we came under one umbrella to start self-governance. And we continued. And we started noticing differences right from then. And the way those differences were reoccurring and the way governance was handling all of them, which boils down to leadership, also manifested so hugely in the complications, the magnifications and complications of all of those threats that have now today come to where we are. But we are now looking at the end results of the confusions, of the lack of adequate steps or necessary steps that would have taken us as a nation and as leaders to be able to apply, to understand the role of governance in the lives of every individual. If governance does not deliver, then you have a problem. So we had all of that, and then the initial 6 years of democratic governance didn't go that well. Then we had a military administration. Military administration now centralized everything within the country, from leadership to actions at the village level. So, and if we are complaining that we have 3 regions, now we had a parliament, a national parliament, that was micromanaging what we call self-governance. Now you had a military administration that came in 1966 that took all those powers and centralized them. A decision taken in Lagos, and every village, every community must respond to it in that way. I think something was fundamentally missing, and we did not get it and we never got it, it continued. We went into civil war. Rather than own the civil war as a national challenge, we are looking at it from a parochial component. This is an Igbo war by the Igbos against the Federation. We passed that stage. We came to the Niger Delta crisis based on resources, based on the realities of what the Niger Delta people, the victims of the oil pollution and the environmental degradation, were going through, and their reaction to those who were exploiting these resources, international oil companies, alongside what they perceived as government, the leadership of the country at that time. And we said, no, it's a Niger Delta affair. We had crisis with our elections in 1992. We had elections whose results were not fully announced, and then we had another military, and then the victims, or those who felt they were victims, they didn't think it was the Nigerians as a whole that became victims of that nullification of the election in 1992. Instead, we had more activists from the Southwest. So it became a Southwest issue. It didn't become a national issue anymore. Progressively, we went on. We went to Northeast. It became a Borno, a Kanuri, or a Northeast affair, dealing with a Boko Haram crisis, the insurgency in the Northeast. It became, if you are talking to depending on who you are talking with, they will tell you, they are not concerned, they don't feel the impact. It's far away in Borno, it's not here, it's not in Lagos, it's not in Port Harcourt. So the same thing now, gradually we went to Northwest. Northwest has now multiplied both the extremist perspective of violence, including the banditry, the kidnapping for ransom, and all of that. Now, moving to the North Central. North Central had now taken over almost everything that had happened in different parts of Nigeria. Now that we have succeeded in democratizing conflicts, democratizing all kinds of what is bad in the society, and allocated them to each of us differently, instead of owning them as national challenges. If we had owned the Biafran breakaway as a national challenge, we would possibly have addressed it much, much better than we did. We didn't do that. Now we have the whole country have experienced all this instability, and everything has now come down to the zero hour. What will mediation do? How can mediation help us out of the challenge that we have? How would leadership and the negative impact of social media help be mitigated to be able to find a pathway, a sustainable pathway for national peace and progress?
Thank you, Ambassador. We are going to talk more on that later when we put questions through. Dr. Eze, from the political angle, mediation as a tool for social cohesion. Thank you. Just a minute, before you start, please. I don't know, the technical crew, if we can reduce the echoing from the microphone so that we can hear properly what is being said. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the way you approach people when their time is up, I think I will begin with my concluding thoughts so that when you come after me, I will have made my points. I can't find our registrar here. Professors, judges, senior advocates of Nigeria, and small me. That's already disintegration, because you are putting me in a very difficult position. But let me start by saying that the mythology of societal disintegration means that we expected integration. But I'm not a conformist. So people in Africa are confronting a very difficult challenge, which in my opinion I've termed choiceless choices. How do you begin to build a society that is integrated when indeed we do not have African states? At best, we have states in Africa. And I think Bishop Kuka already alluded to that. When in his opinion, the amalgamation and the unity of the so-called African states were mere imaginations. So I think the fundamentals is to begin to decolonize our minds and stop living on borrowed lexicons. Just 2 days ago, a coup d'etat, or alleged coup d'etat, took place in Guinea-Bissau. And I'm informed that even our former president is trapped in Bissau. I spent 1 year of my life as the special advisor to the special representative of the Secretary General in Guinea-Bissau on dialogue and mediation. The colonial legacy of Guinea-Bissau makes it impossible for peace to exist. The Portuguese left a constitution that gave power to 3 different people equally. One is the president, once elected, appoints the prime minister. The prime minister constitutes the government, including the staff of the president. And then the president becomes ceremonial. And yet, the constitution says the president can remove him at will. Then you have the president of the National Assembly, who, if he is not happy with the prime minister, have a right not to convene the meeting of the parliament to approve the government program. How can that society not disintegrate? So, if I reflect on some of the aspects of the keynote address, social cohesion is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to handle it constructively. And what I'm saying is that in certain ethical standards and norms, top leaders should first of all serve as role models. Leaders who act transparently, honestly, and ethically reinforce the importance of integrity, the importance of integration of the whole of the society. And therefore, conversely, leaders engaging in corruption, nepotism, or dishonesty can normalize unethical behavior among citizens. So what do we need? Influencing social trust. What that means is that leaders who manipulate information, act unfairly, or break laws erode public trust, and therefore the society emulates and disintegrates. In my concluding thoughts, the key principles that I've alluded to is that for us to integrate, we must be inclusive in our approach, men, women, boys, and girls. When we talk about democratic backsliding in Africa, my question is it really that democracy is backsliding in Africa? Or is it that the people are standing up to imperial impositions, which they are now no longer comfortable with? So why is democratic backsliding and coup d'etat happening more in the Francophone countries than in the Anglophone countries? Your guess is as good as mine. So the society must be inclusive if it wants to integrate. There must be local ownership and legitimacy. There must also be focus on social cohesion. In a book chapter that I contributed just 1 year ago about the future of governance in Sahel, I queried the so-called social contract. Who designs it? And by who? On whose authority are political leaders preaching these social contracts? Preventive or preventive orientation is very key, using early warning system and safe dialogue. For me, I believe, in concluding, I believe that African societies are built on dialogue and not debates. But the composition of the modern states have made it impossible for us to dialogue. If you go to the National Assembly, it's about debate. If you go to our societies, it's about debate. Who wins is most important than collective ownership. There must be need to even monitor social cohesion and to address the fabrics. I said it, Madam will soon come for me. So this moment, in my opinion, all right, let me just say this and then I'll drop. There is an emerging movement to reimagine conflict transformation and social behavior by centering local peace frameworks, local knowledge, and prioritizing dialogue and mediation for lasting peace. This approach, prioritizing holistic agencies and participation of women, youths, impacted communities, and not just imported ones. And then addressing the root causes rather than just ending conflict, linking regional and global frameworks, if they still exist, that meet the demands and the needs of the people. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eze. You didn't give me the opportunity of standing up beside you to ensure that your 10 minutes is up. Our next speaker is Mr. Olanipe Kumfakunda. He's going to give us his view about the concept notes for discussion today. 10 minutes, whatever angle you feel comfortable.
That way you can't stop me. Okay. Thank you. First, let me thank the Institute for the privilege of this invitation. Now, with respect to Bishop Kuka's presentation, there are two issues which I hope to discuss within the 5, 6, 7 minutes given to me. Father Kuka spoke extensively about social order or social disorder and also the issue of the judiciary. Now, it is my view that one of the reasons why we struggle with social cohesion, or if you like, social disorder, is that there has always been limited consequences for bad behavior. And the evidence is, if you look at our criminal justice system, the total number of inmates, for facts and figures, total number of inmates in our more than 224 custodial centers is about 77,000, just a little bit less than 80,000 total. Don't forget that we're a country of, some say, over 200 million. So the total inmate population across all the 36 states, the FCT, is just about a little bit over or less than 80,000. The total number of remand persons, those are persons who are awaiting trial, is just over 50,000 in total. So if you do the arithmetic, which means that the total number of convicted persons across our 36 states, in all our 224 prisons, custodial centers that they are called now, is just about 25,000. So if you share that 25,000 across the 36 states or the Federation, that tells you that not even one state is able to have 1,000 inmates. So what are we talking about? So it's either the hue and cry of Nigeria, of this state of insecurity that we talk about, is false, or that there are certainly a large number of persons walking free who are otherwise supposed to be in prison. So do the stacks. Now, concerning the judiciary, as a beneficiary and indeed as a participant in our judicial process, and I think all of us, at least the lawyers, should be. It is not, we should, if I could put it differently, it is in our remit to continue to seek solutions for the various problems that bedevil our justice system. Yes, we are struggling with our justice system. But what is the solution? What is our role? I think this institute also has an important role to play. If you ask me, mediation cannot be a substitute for our judicial process. Indeed, it should enhance it. One of the issues I struggle with is that if we say that we want to do something about the delay in the process, why is it that our judicial officers are not able to benefit from passing on matters to mediation? Those of you, and I'm sure my lords may recollect this, when judicial officers are supposed to when they send in their annual returns as part of their productivity profile, it is odd and strange that they do not get benefit from matters referred for mediation. I think that is an anomaly. It is important that somehow we find a nexus between prolonging cases in court and the ability of a judge to get credit for matters referred for mediation. The other issue, which I'll conclude with, again, a role for this institute. Now, I think the institute should see itself as operating within a justice system. Therefore, what happens in the justice system should be of interest to you, specifically judiciary. You may be aware, or you should be aware, that there is currently an ongoing constitutional reform process. I believe it is important that the institute plays a role in ensuring that that process is backed by subject matter. And there are a number of sections that we can look at. For example, Section 233 of the Constitution. One of the reasons why cases clog courts, why the judiciary itself has gotten a bad name, is these political matters. We need, particularly the pre-election matters. Why should pre-election matters be justiciable in any court in Nigeria? I think it's important that this institute looks at that. Section 285, Supreme Court. Again, one of the bad publicity that the Supreme Court has gotten over the years is the delay. Because, and the reason is not far-fetched. Landlord-tenant, somebody stole my goat. Why should those matters end up in the Supreme Court? So I think it's also important to look at this and say, look, let the Supreme Court revert to its original role, the role of simply deciding matters of national consequence, not marital, not land law matters and the like. So I think this institute should lead and ensure that this process of constitutional reform is done in a way, because there is certainly the need for expertise, is done in a way that affirms the role of this institute. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fakunda. We've had 10 minutes from each of our panelists about their perspective on our concept notes. We have looked at it from different angles. Families, legal system, political, leadership, and so on. Now, we are moving to the next session where we will have each panelist to speak on some issues that will be raised for them to answer. I want to pose this issue. Has anybody ever thought, as a mediator, how we can sell the beauty of mediation to government to make it a national policy. We are looking at how governments can make mediation a national policy. That is to say, bring it straight on into our legal system. In another angle, will you say that there's a defect in our legal system with the absence of mediation being made a policy? Understand me better this way. That instead of every conflict that leads to people acting with impunity, taking laws into their hands, and then just ending up in court, victory on one side, losing on the other side. How do we sell mediation to our policymakers that conflicts that should not even get to the Supreme Court, like Mr. Fakponda has just said, are resolved at the earliest opportunities? In this wise, I'm looking at the executive, people who win elections and all, and go up there to make laws. They all come from different constituencies. Some come from troubled areas. Maybe if they know the beauty of mediation, even in their constituencies, as policymakers, as lawmakers, they can bring it into practice and be able to calm what would otherwise have resulted into a violent situation. This first question is going to go to Professor Ofonze. And it's that, can we really say that our country has a huge legal defect in the practice of our laws when we do not have a national policy that conflicts must go through mediation first before we end up in court? Will a national policy in this regard help parties to coexist better than we have now, instead of resorting to court or violence at the slightest provocation? On one hand, we have the criminal justice system. On the other hand, we have the civil system. In my state, Edo State, we have a multi-door court where issues are resolved alongside with the court. We have court-referred cases, and it's in our civil procedure, where we have court-referred cases that have spent so many years in courts. When we go to the multi-door courts, it may be in less than 6 months they are resolved and parties are happy. Other states have it. I don't know how many right now, I don't have that figure. The Court of Appeal has a mediation center. The Supreme Court, I'm told, already is developing one, already has one in existence. So, with that at the back of our minds, Professor Ofonze, I'd like to invite you to see how we can sell mediation to policymakers who can, come on, yes, who can help to use mediation for cohesion in our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Your question, is there a need for a national policy on mediation? And do we think we have a defect in our legal system because we don't have a national policy on mediation? I do know. I wouldn't say that we have a defect because we don't have a national policy on mediation. But I know, and from my experience, I will say that we need to, and Bishop Kuka made reference to that, we need to, before we think about a national policy on mediation, I would prefer to say a national policy on ADR as against just mediation. Of course, we all know what mediation is and other forms of ADR. But for me, most importantly, I think it's important for us to sensitize, particularly legal practitioners. The ICMC has done a lot in this regard. Sensitize legal practitioners and Nigerians as a whole on the need and importance of mediation as a tool of dispute resolution. But Lord, I share, like I just told you, the experience I've had where I am at the moment. In my state, in Anambra State, for example, the average lawyer in Anambra State does not believe in ADR. For everything, they rush to court. And when I came on board in my ministry, one of the things I did was to begin to engage lawyers. Sometimes people write letters, pre-action notice, and I call them, I say, come, why are you giving a pre-action notice? This is a matter that can be resolved easily, amicably, without spending your time, wasting your time, and going to court where you're going to end up spending 30 years. I'm in Ministry of Land, so I'll just focus on that. And like I said earlier on, through this process, I've also trained my staff. We've been able to resolve about 74 matters using mediation since I came on board. When I leave today, tomorrow I'm going back tomorrow. There's also a conference I'm going to attend tomorrow in Oka. Again, the theme on this ADR as a means of dispute resolution. And the participants are mainly lawyers, to begin to sensitize them. And I think that by the time we begin to understand, for us practitioners particularly, by the time we begin to understand the need for us to resolve certain matters out of court, that will help a great deal. My brother Sekia says something. I was the lead consultant to the Senate on Constitutional Review for 8 years, 2 assemblies. And part of what I know you plan doing now, what we try to do, is to reduce or to restrict the cases that can go on appeal to the Supreme Court or to Court of Appeal, as the case may be, because our judges are overworked. And we all know as practitioners, we all practiced. And sometimes the kind of matters that go on appeal from the Magistrate Court or the Supreme Court on very flimsy issues as small as recovery of premises, those are matters, in my view, that shouldn't even go all the way to the Supreme Court. And in my early years of practice, the person I practiced with extensively, one of the things we learned from him was that unless it was avoidable, we never went to court to recover premises. And so what it says, this is somebody's house. How much time do you need? You say 1 year. Okay, we know it's your house. How much time will you give us? You say 2 months. He says no, we have a middle line. And then we go to court and it's a consent judgment. That way it's much faster. And so that's what I think that for us as practitioners, when that sensitization is not embedded, we can then begin to think about crafting this as a policy. If you just craft it as a policy and people don't believe in it, then it won't have any effect. Today we have the multi-door courthouses in many states. We have the the ADR centers, the Federal High Court, the Court of Appeal, if I recall, and various state high courts. So gradually the awareness is beginning to grow. And the judges themselves also have also keyed into it and also encouraging parties to go back and try to resolve matters through mediation in particular, because the advantage of mediation is that the parties are able to play a key role. Your job is just to bring them together, they play a key role, and that way everyone goes away happy and satisfied that this solution that's come up with achieves part and parcel of it. So I would say that we should think more about a national policy on ADR simplicity, not just on mediation, but yes, but I think there needs to be a sensitization so that as the awareness grows, when the policy comes eventually, people will be able to key into that policy and we're able to practice it very easily. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Mr.
Understanding behavioral patterns and disintegration. We all come from families. We are fathers and we are mothers. We have families as an entity that binds us all. I'll be calling on Professor My Lord Akeredolu to sensitize us more on how families can help in the transformation of societal values for cohesion, and in that wise, how we can build personal values and integrity, or lack of them, to influence collective peace or conflict in the society. Thank you, Prof.
So on a side note about dialogue and open communication, when my Lord called upon Prof to come and speak and invited him to the podium, Immediately she came back. I said, my Lord, I thought we were having a discussion. Can't we sit down there and speak? And depending on your disposition of value, the response could be two ways. My Lord could have just said, that's what I want. Alternatively, she can explain to me the reason why it was better. She felt it was better for us to stand, which she did, to engage the audience. And because some of you cannot see us from that side sitting, for example, where I'm seated. So because we had that opportunity to talk about it, I was able to understand where she was coming from. I was able to feel heard, that she understood that, yes, this is ordinarily the disposition. Why do I say that? All of us human beings, we have tendencies to be aggressive or cooperative. And our values and integrity can steer us in the direction of peaceful coexistence and collaboration or towards violence. Personal values in the family, how important? And what are these values I'm talking about? Transparency, fairness. I'll give a personal story. So when our children were going to start going to university, we had a family meeting because we felt, oh, okay, maybe this is for better education. He should go abroad. I have 3 children. There's a girl in the middle. And then we spoke and said, this is what we're thinking. Your brother should go and study abroad. And she was like, I have no problem at all. But we have a history of another of our family members who only sent their sons abroad to school. And she said to us that, look, I have no problem with him going. But just remember that once you start, all of us are going. There's nothing like I'm a girl and I'm not going. We are all going. We had that opportunity. She could speak her mind because she felt, oh, the home is transparent. Decisions are taken in a transparent manner. If we had been able to explain to her, which in some instances we did, that look, you can't go now, money considerations, but you will go later and all of that, there will be understanding because there's that family core value that everyone understands operates in the home, and that breeds for peace. There's no anger against the one that goes and the one that remains. So we're saying that integrity, fairness in the home, in the family, our individual families, so important. And then if we have been trained as mediators, we have an obligation to help other families to be able to imbibe or integrate these core values. So we have a slogan. We call it our core family values. And in our family group, you have what we call GRETHALL. GRETHALL. I'm using this to talk about how our personal values and integrity can influence collective peace. So we say G, put God first. R, respect. We must as a family respect one another. Whether you are the elder, whether they are younger, everybody deserves respect. E, pursue excellence. In whatever you are doing, if you are a member of this family, pursue excellence. C, be truthful, no matter what it costs you. H, humor. Laugh at yourself, laugh at other people. We are all here together. It's a short life. There's no need killing yourself over these things. Nothing is life and death. You know, so we all collectively came to that. What were the things we felt were important? The A and the double L, of course, are there, but because of time. Collectively, we sat down. It was like a whole day we were having this meeting, saying, look, we want to have, what are our core values as a family? And so if we expatiate on this, that each family in society are able to sit down and say, what are the kind of people we want to be? What are the kind of things we want to be known for as a family? Are we a family of fighters? Are we an aggressive people? Are we peacemakers? If the home is able to imbibe core values, then you find out that these things is just a ripple effect. It goes because ultimately society is made up of families. We'll find out that the larger majority of society also will be living in peace, and they will be able to tolerate one another in spite of our differences. We'll be able to have compassion for our weaknesses. We'll be able to encourage understanding across divides, whether cultural, whether politics, whether religion, and others. So our values promote mutual respect, mutual support, listening to one another, letting others have their say, fairness. And if day to day, month to month, year by year, every family pursues such values, at the end of the day, I'm sure society will be better. If you agree, say aye. If you don't agree, say nay. The ayes have it, I've given judgment.
Thank you, my Lord, the professor. We shall be looking at leadership again. I will still call on Ambassador Omaki to tell us more about how leadership influences the moral tone and social behavior of citizens. Ambassador Omaki, because leadership tells a lot. The way our leaders behave with impunity, that nothing comes out of it. People do not suffer consequences for their actions. And when our leaders do that, I'm sorry, Ambassador, I'm keeping you stand just for a minute. I just want us to look at this point. I always give this example, the traffic light example. It's a very simple control that we are all supposed to obey. When you are at the traffic lights, it shows red. Red means stop. You will stop. And then you see government vehicles, left, right, and center. They are not obeying. And because they are doing that, the police come, every other person, the taxi driver and everyone starts to follow. That is just simple disobedience. If our government vehicles see the red lights and you stop, every other person will stop. And your guys are inside the vehicles. They are inside there. They can't wait. They're always in a hurry. I'm sorry to say this, but even in other crimes, sometimes you see the police obeying the traffic lights. The only ones that don't are ambulances. And when the police is on emergency, and the citizens are made to know that there's an emergency. What does that tell us? Ordinary stop. You won't stop. Everybody is flying. Where are we hurrying to? So it comes from the head and drops down to the low. Ambassador Maki, tell us something about this.
Thank you very much, moderator. You asked the question and then you answered it yourself. I was wondering what I was supposed to say after you have said what you did. But let me just add a few things to the dimension that she produced. Leadership is everywhere. And leadership is at the heart of every community, every organization. Starting from the family, to the village, to cottages, village level, schools, organizations, MDAs, and then, of course, the country. When you are born into a family. The family has to raise you in certain prescribed ways based on where they are coming from, irrespective of their religion, their tongue, their culture, and everything. But the whole of this will have to mold you and bring you up. And when you grow up, you will also assume your leadership. If you are 2, 3 as friends going out to play, somebody must lead the way. The person that must lead the way must have enough, not just information, but enough creativity to lead well. So if you are now talking about the house, the home front, the head of the family, usually almost everywhere in the world, is the husband, and the wife plays whatever role they can to solidify the leadership at home. But once you move, if there are challenges in the family, everybody must have his say. Somebody else will have to take the final decision on how that family proceeds from that problem. But in doing that, if you are just imposing without making it abundantly clear how each of you has departed from making us a worthy, proud family together, then you are continuously going to have problems. And I think one of the reasons why we have problems nationally, not only in Nigeria, but now that we have multiplications of problems in Nigeria and challenges that have brought insecurity to the fore, perhaps that is why we are all looking at this from the point of view of leadership. How must a leader of a country like Nigeria behave in a manner and circumstances that everybody feels secured around him? There are policies that government must come up with, but you can't come out with policies that addresses the challenges of every home, every society, every hamlet and community, if we are not going to maximize the overview of those challenges together with your national resources and the pathway that can create empathy and create social justice and create fairness and create the fact that because of government, we have X, Y, Z that ordinarily we wouldn't have had. But if you have a government that is not interested in accountability, in transparency, then you are always going to be besieged with all kinds of challenges, including lack of fairness, lack of empathy to us, lack of understanding of our specific challenges. So a leadership must have a pathway that approximates with everybody's interest. If you have such a pathway, then you are committed to finding people who can help you dispense justice. Leadership without justice is not leadership. You have to address all of those issues. You must be equitable in your action and reactions, and you must be socially oriented to all the hues and cries around communities to be able for you to get respect. If you are not respected as a leader, it means you are not bringing yourself to the level of being humane to be able to understand that every one of us has specific or special needs. How do you come with policies that can address those needs in a collective manner that everyone feels proud that, oh, government has done this for us. We owe this to government. If you don't owe your livelihood or your survival to a particular group of people or to a particular institution, your loyalty to such an institution or such an organization or such a leader will be fraught. Because why are you obeying somebody that is punishing you? Why am I obeying somebody that said, tighten your belt, and he loosens his own and he flies all over and he's everywhere, and then he's eating whatever that he wants to eat, and you can't even have one good meal in a day? So leadership must come with responsibility. It must come with accountability. It must come with punishment for those who deviate from doing the right thing. If you don't show, you are the mirror. As a leader, you are the mirror to everybody. If you don't show that the direction you are facing, you are seeing yourself, and seeing yourself, relating to the challenges of everybody else, then you create loopholes for people to begin to question whether that aspect, what you represent as a leader of community or family or any other organization, is actually relevant to their interests. Anything that is not relevant to anybody's interest, you're not likely to show commitment. You're not likely to want to kill yourself for it. Why was the example that was given by Bishop Kuka relevant? One American, for whatever reason, got arrested, got kidnapped, and from Nigeria and brought into Nigeria. One American, one. We're not talking of thousands that are killed every day in Nigeria. Because of one person, they mobilized all their institutions across the globe, went into bilateral discussions with the government of Nigeria to be able to have access to this one individual. And they had access, picked this one individual and left. What did they discover when they were leaving? Gaps in our security. From where they landed and where they took off to pick whoever that they picked, they did not encounter security agencies, no police, nobody, direct route. 2.5 hours of journey. So if you have ungoverned spaces and you have nobody in between to help, then the society are helpless. The society are vulnerable. Once the society becomes vulnerable, people become helpless, their lives are no longer important, then the leadership will lose its value. But we think we need a leadership, a kind of leadership. It's important that we have the kind of leadership that mirrors the needs of everybody and prioritizes accountability, as well as consequences for deviations. Once we don't do this, then of course, everybody will try to fend for himself, and it is not the best way, given the kind of situation that we now have. I stated at the beginning, now our challenges have gone around the whole country. We have finally come to an end point of where all these challenges have put their tents. What do? We must actively engage to find the entry point for mediation to take over. Whether we like it or not, mediation will still be relevant to enhancing social cohesion.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I don't know how many of us read in the media that the federal government sent a peace panel to the Plateau State or Jos to intervene in the communal clashes there. The leader of the team, what I read was that they held caucuses with both sides, the headers community and the farmers community, the Christian community, the Muslim community, the youths and the women. Government has portrayed the value and beauty of mediation. They are already going into it, and it is being practiced. We are mediators here. But we don't know, I don't know, what happened after that. Government has played a role, has promoted mediation. But I don't know how many of us, I would have loved to know how it ended. That's the starting point. And I want to commend the government for that. We need to encourage governments to promote mediation more. It's a fundamental principle, seriously fundamental, for social healing. Communities for generations have been torn at each other's throats. We don't have much time, so I would just ask just one panelist to speak on this. What advice, I haven't chosen the panelists yet, but what advice, we are going to look at the advice we have for every one of us here to push mediation, to sell mediation, the beauty, because if you don't know what mediation is about, if you don't know about a process you are practicing, you cannot appreciate it. Dr. Eze, please, can you come to talk to us about, is the way forward, no doubt, and how do we really go forward with mediation in this era of disintegration that we are experiencing, all inclusive?
Thank you. I think for me, the first thing is that we need to begin to change our framing of conflict and the way we approach conflict resolution. There are two things involved in mediation. The first one, and both of them are very important. The first one for me is the convening power, which is different from mediation skills. Many a times, government focus more on people with convening power. I think that institutions like ICMC should be allowed to provide that kind of skills once the convener have arranged the mediation process. The second thing is that our intergovernmental organizations, in this instance, ECOWAS, for example, and Mr. President is not here, but one of the things that we have offered to ECOWAS is that we are happy to provide their special envoys and their interlocutors with support. We can no longer do mediation without thinking about the gender implications, for example. We can't do mediation without conflict analysts. We can't do mediation without people who have the skills to negotiate power. And I think finally for me is this idea that mediation is only to resolve conflict. I think the emphasis should be on mediation as a preventive mechanism. So if we have issues of ethnicity in Nigeria, we have issues about power sharing, why don't we sit down, mediate on how we can share power as a preventive mechanism? Today, there is this demand by women to have more seats in the parliament. This is a preventive mechanism, not just affirmative action, but a preventive mechanism. Because if you are following the trajectory of events across Africa today, there are two demographies that are challenging authoritarianism and illiberalism. They are the women and the youth. So if we don't provide this kind of opportunity, it will come to a point that we may begin to lose these demographies. And history, science, and everything is showing us more and more that we can no longer do without the half of the population. So we can actually, whether it's at the community level, whether it's at the state level, or whether it's at the international level, I believe that we can begin to use mediation or apply mediation as a preventive mechanism looking at the future of conflicts in Africa. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Time for Q&A, questions and answers. We shall entertain 3 questions.
You have left it.
I like that.
Mr. Fakmonda is talking about his height. He says he's the tallest person in this panel.
Yes.
And what's your grievance? No, what's your grievance? Oh! It's okay. Just a little comment.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, because I said, so this is a clear example of why we have social disorder. You have 5 or 6 panelists, you left the tallest. I mean, you now begin to think whether being tall is a problem. So I just want to give information quickly to the Institute. A lot has been said about what do you do going from here, you know, what will happen next. I think it's not fair also to say that nothing has happened. A lot of things are happening. It is important that the Institute just gets the information and keys in legislation. I'm sure you are all aware, or should be aware, of the Arbitration and Mediation Act. Very progressive, but in my view, there is still a need to do a lot more with that act. I am particularly not happy with the limited connectivity between mediation and the role of the courts. So if I want to look at that act and see how that works or does not work for you. The Administration of Criminal Justice Act is currently under review. Who says that we cannot have mediation in criminal matters? You need to look at it. It's novel, particularly for those small offenses, those less harmful offenses. It's important that you look at it and see whether there is an opportunity for mediation within the framework of our criminal justice review. There is a national policy on justice. In fact, there was a meeting yesterday in Nasarawa. This is being put together by the Federal Ministry of Justice. I did not see mediation in the whole national policy, which may mean two things. Either the institute is not engaging, or the ministry itself has forgotten that mediation is crucial. You may want to link up with the Ministry of Justice to find a role for mediation within the framework of the national policy on justice. In fact, that is important because the federal government, the Federal Executive Council, has already approved the justice policy for Nigeria. So it's crucial that you may want to engage the Ministry of Justice for that purpose. The National Judicial Council, and I know this because I'm a member of the council, they are in process of reviewing judicial administration, particularly responding to these issues of delay and how to make justice more accessible, speedy, and the likes. It's important, again, that the Institute engages the National Judicial Council to see, particularly, how do we ensure that this practice directions has a larger component of mediation in it. I thank you, ma'am.
The tallest man in the panel, thank you very much. I'm happy we're able to mediate and calm the, the grievance. Thank you very much. Mr. Fakonda said something about criminal justice system and the thought that mediation cannot work there. But it can. We have the victim-offender mediation. It's in our criminal justice system, the administration of criminal justice system. It's not just to punish offenders. It's to see how you can bring, voluntarily, of course, bring parties together. When the offender shows remorse, you find out that mediation is possible and the other party is ready and open to forgive. So even in criminal matters, a lot can be, mediation does a lot and goes very deep to heal wounds that have been caused by offenders. Thank you very much. So we'll now go to questions and answers. We'll take 3 questions, one from my left, one from the center, and one from my right. Do we have microphone down there that we can? Is anyone from my left first? Questions? Mediation as a tool for social cohesion. We've talked about the disintegration, the symptoms, the rot that exists. How do we repair? How do we, for the future, go forward? Is there anyone in the center? Anyone from the right? Is there anyone from the right? Yes? I'm seeing
Lords, Your Excellencies.
Okay.
My name is
May I know who is speaking?
My name is Evangelist David Adeolu Bello, a member of the ICMC.
Are you sitting or standing? Oh,
I'm
okay.
standing here.
You are in blue.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. Thank you very much, my Lord.
And I will take offers to answer the questions from any of the panelists.
Yes. First of all, I want to appreciate all the panelists, including my Lord, my wife, from Ondo State. Before I come to the proverb that you made mention of. The first thing that is a takeaway for all of us in mediation is to ensure that we go into ensuring that we have mediation in all the legal processes, to ensure that the process of amending constitution, that we have mediation input in them. We actually discussed that at the AGM yesterday to see that how we can include mediators in some of those mediations that the government is trying to put in place. It's not only in mediation, also in businesses, because I'm a businessman. So we always try to see that government must look at that to have professionals in what they do. Prof. Ovonse, I hope I got the name right, talks of the lack of enforceable in court
Are you
judgments.
asking a question or you are contributing?
Yeah, I will come to the question. I've said something. To say that we have issues with court enforcement. The issue we're having there is because we don't have the issue of mediators, like you rightly said, before we come to final judgment. What do we need to do to ensure that before we come to final court judgment, we can already take up the issue of mediation? That is 2. 3, my wife said, "Agbala finre omode je." That is the proverb she used. But I want to say this, everybody here, to those of us who are above 60, we know that we have issues of the respect that is affecting our society. And that is why a lot of issues become so agitated. I have a friend who is above 62 and who only knows that his father has mark after he was 50. Because that proverb, it is not that we used to cheat, but we say it to say that once elders are talking, the younger ones are due to be humble and show serious respect. But what we have today is that there is no respect in all ramifications of our activities, and everybody is agitated. What do we need to do to ensure that we can put that lineage of humility and respect in our upcoming youth? SARS and MAS, those of us who are elders, should start to look at what we are having behind of us. In the next 5-10 years, are we sure that this country will remain the same with the level of agitation and pressure that we are having within our youth? You can't talk to any youth now and they will listen to you. They are very, very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. What are we, leaders, elders, are doing to ensure that the coming generation will be able to learn from what we have gotten from our parents that make us to be a better person today? God bless you all.
Thank you very much. My Lord, Prof.
Thank you. So the first is an acknowledgement, so that's not a question. So, Baba Okomi, Esheo, Bobo, because he has told you that he's from Ondo State and I'm their wife. So he has greeted me as a wife. Thank you to all my husbands in the audience. One of them sent a jet to come and pick me yesterday. He sent it in a text message that I've sent a jet. Okay. So, how do we get mediation integrated before final judgment? Sensitization is key. In Ondo State, I'm the ADR judge. I'm also the judge that oversees the multi-door courthouse, in addition to my civil cases and family court. So when we have judges meetings, for example, I take the opportunity every time to appeal to my colleagues and say, look, we have the multi-door courts. Please refer cases to us. Even if the cases have started, you can still refer them to the multi-door courthouse, because mediation, it can really help you clear your docket so that you can concentrate on the cases that need to go to trial. Then on a personal note, I also take responsibility in my court. Even when it comes to both the civil and family matters, I tell the parties, I said, look, particularly in family matters, I said, look, there's no point. You are married, you were married, you want to leave, please do it with dignity. That's trying to instill collaboration. Do it with dignity. So I don't even take all those many stories, oh, he broke my head, he didn't kneel down to give me food, he was abusing my... I said, look, please, let's shelve that. What is the minimum way you can go with dignity? Even if they have custody matters, I said, can you discuss? You know your children, you know your circumstances better. Discuss among yourself. Tell me how you want the custody to go. I had a matter that the children between the couple, they had already agreed that they will be sharing holidays equally, and that they will put the children in boarding school. Before the time of judgment, that system was already running. But here I was going to give judgment, but somehow, I believe it's the Spirit of God, I felt I should call the couple and the children. So I called them into chambers with their lawyers, and it was at that point they were telling me this was the system on ground. I said, so why did you not say so that I could just incorporate it? If I was going to give judgment, I could easily have said, go to the mother, or do this the other way. So I encourage in my courts that parties should always try and talk to one another, agree on what they want as settlement. Where they have properties to be shared, I say, you know what property is more important to you. A man from my colleague's state, for example, land is very important in the village. So you may want that one more than the one that he thinks is in Abuja that is more expensive. I say, you know your circumstances. Talk about it and tell me, I will agree with you. So before judgment, I encourage parties to always resolve. And then the issue of respect. Respect of the elders by the younger generation. Incidentally, I work with a lot of youths, and I keep telling the older generation that you cannot deal with the present day youths the way our parents dealt with us. I remember a day in church, the youths were supposed to be in charge of the service, and one of them was expressing his mind. And elderly father was like, how can he be talking like that? I said, that's why you are losing them. You will not even allow them to talk. They are telling you things that are going on in the church that they feel is wrong, and you are saying they should keep quiet. Keep quiet is not going to solve it with this generation. You have to listen. And that's why we are trained as mediators. We have to listen. Cultivate the habit of listening. It's not, when they speak, they should do it respectfully. But at the same time, you need to hear them. You need to let them speak. The environment must be safe for them to speak their mind, knowing that they will not be victimized or they will not be penalized, but allow them to speak. But encourage them. And back to the family setting again. Encourage them from home. When you disagree respectfully. Nevertheless, still air your views. And that is important.
Thank you, my Lord. When the first man was talking about disrespect, our youths today, some are disrespectful. If we look at it from the angle of what the country is dealing out with them. Frustration, no jobs, they are easily agitated. Any little thing, they just flip. They want a change. And they don't care whose ox is God. I'm not saying that is the only issue, but we also look at it from that angle. Some of us have had to be paying our children salaries, just maybe so that they don't go and join bad gangs. They don't go into all this bad behavior that will disintegrate our society. So that is also one aspect. I've also had the opportunity of managing my church where the youths were going violent. They sacked the elders, more or less. They said the elders misbehaved. Nothing is going well in the church. And I was called upon. In fact, before they called upon me, I had said I was going there as a mediator. And when I went into the matter, I was able to steer the ship from capsizing. Although I didn't divide them and say, elders here, youths here, no. I took them as one group. And with that, I was able to restore peace. I listened to the grievances of the youths and the grievances of the elders. I'm one of the elders. They included me. They included me, but I had to dissociate myself and be the peacemaker. So we have to, like my Lord said, we have to listen. Listen to their grievances. Know the root cause. And try to see how we can, bring about peace. We've had a question from there. There's none from this side, so I can concentrate here. There's none from the middle. Anybody from the center? I gave you an opportunity.
Oh, hi.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Quickly, please. Quickly, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Rukaya Idris. I don't know if I'll be able to...
Where are you sitting? Okay, you are still from the right. We needed just one from there and one from here. There's nobody in the center. Okay, so maybe you will fill up for the center. Oh, okay. The man with the hat, he came from the right and stood at the center to make it. Okay. But he put up his hand first. So let me deal with him as from the center.
I put up my hand since before, like from the beginning.
She was the first. Okay, I'm sorry then. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rukaya Idris. I'm to be inducted this year. And I have two questions. First of all, I wanted to commend the panelists because I go for these types of conferences a lot and you don't really hear them speak to you. They are mostly just trying to read what they had previously written and they don't normally talk about issues that are arising. So I really appreciate every panelist for talking about the issues that are happening here.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Can you...
I said I appreciate every panelist that spoke today because they genuinely spoke about the issues that were arising and didn't just breeze through what is going on and just try to establish themselves. So I really appreciate that. My first question came incidentally as the senior advocate, Mr. Olawale, spoke about the judiciary and the overflow of the Supreme Court. I wanted to understand if the Supreme Court being duplicated, us having different Supreme Courts, cannot serve as a solution. Because I see in other countries, they do duplicate their Supreme Court. They have multiple regions that are talking about issues at the top, at the apex level. So instead of stopping cases at the appeal court, can they still go to the Supreme Court? But however, it would be duplicated in the sense that not just one Supreme Court is talking about all the issues. That's my first question. My second question came as a result of the current terrorism that is plaguing the country. Where do we come in? Because I'm currently studying law as a final year student, and for the longest time as growing lawyers or as budding lawyers, they tell us, the side of your client is always right. So even when we started the training in mediation and both parties are to be heard, I always came from the side that there's a right party and it is my party. So I was able to learn that there are different sides of the story. But when we're talking about terrorism, Are we really meant to hear both sides? We're talking about Sheikh Gumi now and his advocacy for terrorists. Where do we stand as mediators in the fight? Are we seeing the sides of these terrorists? Because there is a reason why they exist. There is a reason why terrorism is plaguing the different regions that it is. So where do we come in as mediators? Are we advocating for hearing the sides of these terrorists and trying to find a middle ground? Or should we rid them whole and we are not in line with any form of mediation or conciliation in that part of the conversation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fakponda.
Okay, thank you. The conversation about the Supreme Court is multifold. We need our Supreme Court to be credible, period. And one of the reasons why we struggle with credibility at that level is because the Supreme Court over the years has moved away from its policy-setting mandate to dealing with all sorts. I said it. You took my property, even if it's a face me, I face you property, Supreme Court. Supreme Court has no business in such matters. So I agree. I'm saying that we need one Supreme Court. I don't believe that duplication of the Supreme Court is the issue. I think what we need is to ensure that the Supreme Court goes back to that role, so that when the Supreme Court decides, we know that it's a decision that stands forever, at least until it's subsequently overruled by them. And the part to that, and I'm happy that I'm not just the one saying this, even the Supreme Court itself, the NJS itself has realized that its present litany of cases is not sustainable. If you're a practitioner, you know that if you go to the Supreme Court today, and God help you, your matter does not go on and you ask for a date, you will be lucky if you get a date now in 2030. You'll be very lucky. That says something. So justice is a problem. So the argument, and the National Assembly thankfully agrees on this, the National Judicial Council also agrees that what we need is to curtail the number of matters. And in addition to that, let us remove all those cases that continue to give credibility crisis to the Supreme Court. Pre-election matters. If you look at it, the matters that so far give Supreme Court bar publicity are not even criminal matters or even corporate matters that the country sorely needs. Is the political matters. So we are not saying don't deal with political matters, but all the pre-election matters that have now flooded the court, that makes it even impossible for the court, for the Supreme Court to hear serious matters, should be taken away. So the argument, the point is, one, leave the Supreme Court the way it is, but let us now stop the flow of cases to the court. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been told we need to end in exactly 3 minutes. And Mr. Fakponda has taken the 3 minutes. And sorry, we cannot entertain any more questions. I hope we've all enjoyed the session. And we are concluding in this conference that mediation is the way to go. Mediation will redirect our mindsets to foster better social cohesion. It's a deep principle that we need to enhance, to escalate, collaborate with governments for a peaceful society and coexistence with one another. Thank you very much, and God bless us all. I'm told that we need to stay here for photograph. Thank you very much. I want to thank each and every one of you. I forgot to thank you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your presentations.
Thank you, Madam. Please, another round of applause for them, please. May I invite the President to join for a group photograph. Thank you very much. There's another round of applause for them. So very quickly, we'll be moving to another interesting segment of today's conference, which is a cultural display by the cultural group. And if your hands are not too busy, please give them a round of applause as they come. While we wait, please, if you are a lawyer here, kindly look at your tag and you see the code for you to scan for your CLE points. Your tags have the barcodes for you to scan with your phones for you to assess the CLE points. Please take note of that.
Nivabo, Nivabe, Abayo Saukana, oh, Kanvabe, Abayo Saukana. Oh, Kanvabe, oh, Kanvabe, oh, Kanvabe, oh, Kanvabe. Oh, Kanvabe. Hey, yo, boy. setele, one can mama villa, one setele. Magodogo, ayo, anyang babambe, magodogo, call me one, anyamagodogo, anyang babam, ayamagodogo, iyo, anyang babambe, magodogo, iyo, anyang babambe, magodogo, call me one, anyamagodogo, anyang babam. See him! See him! See him! See him!
Amazing. A round of applause for them, please. You know, I was just about to join them to dance, but my chairman just said I should not try it, so I would not proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving very quickly, and I would like to call the representative of Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited for their goodwill message. The representative, please kindly note that you have 3 minutes, and your time starts now. Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, one of our amazing sponsors. Please a round of applause for him as he comes to the stage. Please, 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. Our president, the council, and members of the institute from Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, wish you all the best, and we hope that this conference goes on very well. We are your partners. First of all, let me give a kudos to the institute for what they have done with us this year. We've had some training for staff. We had some sessions in Port Harcourt, and in our former life in Shell. I'm so happy to also say that the institute is also working for Shell as well. But Renaissance, borrowing from what Prof said about the core values in our family, we also have our core values, which we have also developed to ensure that working with the institute will promote mediation. These are issues around respect, and of course, at the core value is also the issue around collaboration. So collaboration, will continue to collaborate with the institute. And we hope that more of these sessions in terms of what we're doing with our communities, the staff, to promote harmony in the Niger Delta, especially in the energy sector. Renaissance is at the core of ensuring that we promote a sustained relationship that is valued in terms of promoting prosperity for both the communities and the businesses in Niger Delta. So on behalf of the Renaissance African Energy Company, we say congratulations to the Institute and wish you all the best in this ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next on our list, I'll be calling on Milord Honorable Justice Itsueli, representing the Chief Judge of Edo State. Please a round of applause for her as she comes. May I also call on my Lord Honorable Justice E.N. Aluku, representing the Chief Judge of Enugu State, please. Please a round of applause for him as he comes. My Lord Honorable Justice E.N. Aluku. Please come. Thank you, my Lord.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please allow me stand on the already established protocols. I'm honored to be here today to represent the Chief Judge of Edo State, Honorable Justice Daniel Iyobosa Okungbowa. He regrets his inability to be here today because of very pressing official engagements, and he has asked me to convey his best wishes and warm regards. Please, I'll read his goodwill message. Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, experts, mediators, and organizers of this important conference. It is with profound pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I address this distinguished gathering. The theme of this year's conference, Behavioral Pattern and Societal Disintegration, Mediation as an Option for Social Cohesion, is both timely and urgent, touching the very core of the challenges confronting our communities, institutions, and national fabrics. Across the world, societies are facing unprecedented levels of division and fragmentation. Nigeria is not exempted. Conflicts arising from misunderstandings, strained relationships, distrust of institutions, and breakdown in communication continue to threaten the stability of homes, workplaces, communities, and the nation at large. In navigating these challenges, it has become evident that behavioral patterns, how individuals and groups interact, respond, and relate, play a defining role in either sustaining peace or fueling division. This conference provides an invaluable platform for deep reflection on these behavioral dynamics. I commend the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators for its unwavering commitment to strengthening mediation practice, promoting dialogue-based solutions, and pioneering alternative dispute resolution in Nigeria. Your efforts have continued to reshape the justice landscape, offering citizens pathways to resolve disputes peacefully, efficiently, and with dignity. As the Chief Judge of Edo State, I see firsthand the volume and complexity of disputes brought before the courts. Many of these cases, though legally significant, have roots that lie beyond the reach of strict legal interpretation. They stem from long-standing grievances, behavioral conflicts, damaged relationships, poor communication, and emotional wounds that the courtroom alone cannot heal. While the court remains a vital institution for justice, not every conflict requires litigation. Some disputes need listening ears rather than legal arguments, understanding rather than adversarial posturing, and reconciliation rather than judgment. Mediation offers that pathway. It provides a humane, flexible, and restorative approach that empowers parties to take ownership of the resolution process. It de-escalates tension, encourages empathy, and fosters mutual respect. More importantly, it addresses the root causes of conflict rather than merely treating its symptoms. In a society struggling with disintegration on multiple fronts, mediation stands as one of the most reliable tools for rebuilding trust and strengthening social cohesion. This year's theme invites us not only to examine societal behavior, but also to look inwards, to assess how our own actions as individuals, professionals, leaders, and members of various communities either contribute to unity or deepen division. Behavioral patterns are not abstract concepts. They are the everyday choices we make in how we speak, listen, judge, forgive, cooperate, or antagonize. When these behaviors are left unchecked, the ripple effect can weaken institutions, fracture communities, and erode national stability. Mediation becomes essential in interrupting this cycle and restoring balance. I also commend the emphasis this conference has placed on team behavioral patterns. Whether in the judiciary, corporate organizations, public institutions, or community structures, teamwork is indispensable for achieving meaningful results. Yet, teamwork collapses easily when communication is poor, egos are elevated, or conflict is mishandled. Mediation provides mechanisms for strengthening teamwork by helping individuals understand perspectives, resolve underlying tensions, and adopt collaborative approaches to shared goals. As we look towards the future, it is important that we expand the place of mediation within our conflict resolution systems. We must continue to train mediators, promote the culture of dialogue at all levels, and increase public awareness of the benefits of mediation. Government institutions, Private organizations, community associations, and families all stand to gain immensely from embracing mediation as a first resort rather than a last option. I encourage participants to fully engage with the sessions of this conference, engage insights, form partnerships, and push for innovative approaches that can strengthen peace-building efforts. The knowledge and strategies developed here must not end with discussions. They should find practical application in our daily engagement and institutional framework. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizers and participants whose commitment continue to advance the practice of mediation and strengthen the foundation of peace in our society. This conference represents a beacon of hope in our collective effort to build a more cohesive, inclusive, and resilient society. Let the ideas shared, the conversations held, and the connections formed become catalysts for transformation in our homes, institution, and nation. I wish you all a productive, enlightening, and impactful conference. God bless you all.
Please another round of applause for my Lord, Honorable Justice Swelly. Moving on quickly, I would like to invite my Lord, Honorable Justice Azinge, for the closing remarks. Please a round of applause for her as she comes. May I also announce, as my Lord is approaching, that induction starts at 5 p.m. We expect all inductees to be seated in this hall at 5 p.m. Please ensure you are seated at 5 p.m. Thank you very much, my Lord.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My task is difficult but simple. I will not rest on the protocols established because I might sleep. I will not also stand on the established protocols because I might get fatigued. But I say, I extend all courtesies to everyone and the VIPs amongst us. My Lord, the moderator of the session, the Honorable Justice Esther Edigi, the Chief Judge of Edo State Emeritus, asked the question, are we going to sit down and lament our fate in addressing the theme of this conference? What can we do, she asked. And my answer is that we all, each and all, strive to strengthen the nation by our positive acts in our little corners. Yes, we should, and I believe we can. The Honorable Justice Alero, Professor Alero Akeredolu, her view is to the effect that social cohesion does not mean uniformity. It is the mutual respect for one another, personal values, transparency, and integrity. Professor Fonze Amucheze, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, from his own point of view, told us that most criminal tendencies revolve around land disputes. And it is so in most of the communities. In the community where I come from, it is prevalent because majority of the criminal cases that come before us in Delta State all revolve around the land dispute. He says that mediation is a veritable tool to peaceful resolution of land disputes. And he went on to tell us that 74 cases under his watch have been settled, land cases under his watch have been settled by mediation. And he says that one of the causes of crisis in Nigeria is poverty. I also agree with him, because the man who is hungry is vulnerable to all manner of negative vices. He says mediation reduces conflict, and that the executive should make efforts to eradicate poverty. And in my view, it's difficult to eradicate poverty totally, but it should be reduced to the barest minimum. Ambassador Abdullahi A. Omaki said his intervention revolves around governance. And he admonished us that every individual should have governance in mind, particularly leadership. Dr. Chukwuemeka B. Eze summarized that peace should be prioritized in achieving cohesion. Mr. Olawale Fakbunda, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, looked at the criminal justice system, he looked at mediation, and advised that it should not be a substitute for the court system. He advised the Institute to be interested in the judicial system. He dwelt more on legislation. He advised that we look into the Institute, looks into pre-election matters which have inundated the courts, landlord and tenant matters, and those matters which ordinarily ought not to get to the Supreme Court, but they do. The panelists, all of them, looked at the family, the legal system, the political system, and leadership. We all agree are the tools for social cohesion. How do we sell mediation to the executive? In Delta State, where I come from, the rules of court provides under Order 29 of the High Court of Delta State Civil Procedure Rules, provides and encourages the judges and enjoins the judges to encourage mediation. ADR in general. This we have strived to do in our courts. In Delta State as well, we have the multi-door courthouse. Judges are encouraged to refer matters from their courts to the multi-door courthouse, either for mediation or for other means or methods of settling matters out of court. Most of the cases, or the highest number of cases that go through mediation in Delta State are usually matrimonial causes, matters. And we have in Delta State what is called the settlement week. At the settlement week, what the magistrates do, this is assigned to the magistrates. What they do is to settle small claims which ordinarily would have bogged down proceedings in court. that is also an efficient way of reducing the backlog of cases in the court, and then parties settling without acrimony. In Delta State as well, I'm speaking about Delta State because that's where I come from, and I can authoritatively say this is what is happening there. The Ministry of Justice has established, and it is also in the Administration of Criminal Justice Law, Section 14 of that law. The Ministry of Justice established what is called the Center for Restorative Justice. And what the prosecutors do with those cases is they refer them to the court, or they call the parties together, mediate, and draw up a terms of settlement, which is brought before the court for the court to make the consent judgment of the parties. That has equally worked a lot. I have done a few of them, and I encourage other states to emulate it. I wrap up. I also believe that the traditional rulers have a role to play in mediation. Even before the mediation became very widely known, we all know that it started from the communities with the traditional rulers. For instance, when somebody steals a fowl, it's taken before the elders, and if the elders cannot settle, it's taken before the traditional ruler to settle it. And so many vices are beginning to happen in the communities, and some traditional rulers have taken the bull by the horn. For instance, our community ruler, the Asaba of Asaba, Professor Epiphany Chibogo Azinge, SAN-CON. He has done a lot in bringing down this crisis and in stemming negative vices in my community. I recommend it to other communities, and that we should all advise our traditional rulers to follow suit. In the Bible, in what is called the Beatitudes, Matthew, in Matthew verse 5, chapter 5, verse 9, on the Jesus teaching on the Mount, the Sermon on the Mount, the scripture says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God." We should all be peacemakers everywhere, in our families, in our communities, in our states, and in the nation. That will foster social cohesion everywhere we went. And to wrap up my remarks, I refer to the song of Peter Tosh titled "Equal Justice, Equal Rights." And he sang, "I do not want no peace. I need equal rights and justice." This highlights the hypocrisy of seeking peace without first addressing justice. In all, I enjoin each and every one of us to be peacemakers in order to foster social cohesion. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my Lord. We're wrapping up very quickly. Just to announce again, induction is at 5 p.m. I will call on Madam Aisha Ado-Abdullahi for the closing prayers. Please, a round of applause for her as she approaches. Also, please, all CPC members, please approach the stage immediately after the prayers. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for her as she comes.
As far as I'm concerned, this is Nigeria. You can listen to whatever you want to listen to. The audio determines your song. How much did they feel now? Even if I swear if I feel I'm not die. This one. What's happening? Check the
and justice shall reign. Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely 2 hours. See you back at 5 p.m. Thank you very much to my lords for their patience, and thank you very much to everyone. Have a good afternoon.